The men's and women's all-around finals have also taken place. Now it's the turn of the specialists, and he is a right old specialist on floor. Look at that, two world champions exchanging a hug there, the 2019 and 2021 world champions, the last two world champions, and they're coming up against each other in just a matter of moments. But I think it was clear from the way that Carlos Yulo and Nicola Bartolini embraced each other that they have a great respect for each other's work. They're both artists, aren't they? They're both the creators of elegant gymnastics.
They certainly are, and yet their styles are completely different, and that's part of the beauty of Apparatus finals.
One of the other lovely things about Apparatus finals is it gives us the chance to actually dissect in more detail some of the routines. The pace is a little slower, and it allows us really to enjoy the minutiae of how it is you win an Apparatus medal. So we'll be going into greater detail on features of difficulty and execution than perhaps we have the luxury of doing in the team competition and the all-around finals. So let's just be really crystal clear for those of you who are newer viewers to gymnastics. You've got two scores, one that starts from the bottom and works up, that's difficulty, 0 upwards, no cap on difficulty, although it's not quite as simple as it sounds. Basically everything that you do within the confines of the code of points will get you points. Execution starts at 10, works downwards, the assumption being that everything you do will be just so, and every deviation from that will see you lose a small or large number of marks. And we'll look at exactly how that happens when we get started in a moment or two. It's Apparatus Finals Day 1. It's the penultimate day of competition at the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool, and it begins now. Here are your 8 that have made it to the men's floor final.
Representing Kazakhstan,
Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan, third strongest in qualification. Beautiful gymnast on this piece.
Representing Japan, Ryosuke
Doi Ryosuke of Japan, the second strongest in qualification, part of the team that won the gold medal.
Representing Italy, Nicola Bartolini.
Nicola Bartolini of Italy, the reigning world champion on floor.
Representing France, Benjamin Osberger.
In as the first reserve, Benjamin Osberger. 21-year-old has won floor medals on the World Cup circuit. Carlos Yulo of the Philippines, the world champion from 2019.
Representing Great Britain,
Fourth strongest performer in qualification, Great Britain's Gianni Regini Moran, Youth Olympic champion on floor. The gentleman who was fourth at the Olympic Games, Ryu Sung-hyun of Korea Republic.
Representing Japan, Daiki Hashimoto.
And Hashimoto Daiki, who won the all-around title yesterday.
These are your finalists.
And I must correct myself because I said that Doi Ryosuke was part of the Japanese team that took gold. They took silver in the team competition. It was the People's Republic of China that won that one. Japan victorious in the men's all-around over the People's Republic of China. Here are the contenders for men's floor glory. We have the last two world champions, Nicola Bartolini and Carlos Yulo, in this final. Yulo, the 2019 world champion, was the top performer in qualification. The format, as I'm sure many of you know, especially if you've been watching a lot of World Cup events over the course of the season, which are principally apparatus focused, is that the first 4 gymnasts will warm up, and it gives us a chance to look at the reigning world champion, Nicola Bartolini. A beautiful gymnast, known not so much for his difficulty, but for the clarity of his execution.
The way that he won the world title last year was really on his landings. He had the most precise execution of anyone in the field, and if he's able to do the same thing today, he will certainly be in contention to repeat.
And he comes in with the joint lowest difficulty of any of the qualifying athletes for this final. That is in stark contrast to Doi Ryosuke, 0.3 marks higher in difficulty than Nicola Bartolini, and with very good execution as well. He's a real contender, isn't he, this young man?
Absolutely so. He's got the difficulty and he's got beautiful execution, just like you said.
They want to stay within this 12 by 12 floor area. They step out of the centre square onto the red area. There will be...
And what a moment this is for Benjamin Osberger of France. The first reserve. He's come in without much notice. That won't trouble him, though, because he is a real floor specialist. He's done very well on the World Cup circuit, the regular season competitions, including winning the title in Bulgaria in the Varna World Cup. He won a bronze medal at the Paris World Cup just before this event, so he's been in good form. And we have a look at Milad Karimi, the third strongest in qualification. He's been an Asian Championship medalist on floor and also has a very good record of World Cup medals on the floor.
You can never overlook Milad Karimi.
We'll be referencing the gymnasts' qualification performances, but just to be really clear, it's a 0 start. So the qualification numbers will be interesting to look at, but they do not in any way contribute to what happens in this final, other than getting you into the final. The Apparatus finals begin here in Liverpool. It's the men's floor final to get us underway. We begin with Kazakhstan's Milad Karimi, the third strongest in qualification with a 14.733 score. He is an Olympian, and he was 5th on floor in Tokyo.
Eases himself into the routine with a stuck front 2.5 twist, known as a Randy. Unfortunately, the fall will cost him a full mark. And once again, nicely recovered on the double twisting double tuck. In a final, the gymnasts all realize that they have to be completely precise on their landings if they are going to challenge for the podium. And on those 2 tumbling passes, it looked like he was just trying a little too hard to stick them. As a result, there was some under rotation and he wound up falling.
He's a very well-regarded young gymnast, Milad Karimi. Very devoted to the sport. He's a student of education. He wants to be a teacher of physical education. He's been very highly thought of by his coaches for his entire career, his attitude, his determination, and he has his hands on his hips as regrettably that final just didn't go according to plan. We saw glimpses of him at his best.
He has several new tumbling passes in this routine as well, different elements than he competed at the Olympic Games. This first difficult tumbling pass is new for him, and it's new for many of the competitors that we'll see today.
That moment where you see the look on his face as he ends up in the supine position and realizes that probably this one has already slipped away. It's so immediate, it's so cruel, frankly. It's the nature of elite level gymnastics. There are some sports out there where you can have a shaky or a weak first 10-15 minutes and ease yourself into the contest and still turn out to be the winner. And gymnastics is not one of those sports. It is so immediate. All sports have their own challenges, of course. Looking relaxed, in good spirits after his team success, Doi Ryosuke. He's won 4 medals at the Asian Championships, Milad Karimi. He made 2 apparatus finals at the Olympic Games and was a top 15 performer in the all-around competition. So he's a very accomplished athlete. As is he. And we've focused so much on Nicola Bartolini, the team man, lately. It's nice to go back to the Nicola Bartolini we first really noticed as the floor specialist. Meanwhile, we're still learning about this 20-year-old from Okayama in the west of Honshu. Milad Karimi's score is 12.1. So he drops 0.3 of difficulty, and the rest is quite a substantial execution drop, as you would expect. Down 2.5 from qualification or thereabouts.
Representing Japan,
Doi Ryosuke from Japan. At his first World Championships, he won the silver medal on floor at the All Japan Apparatus Championships earlier this year. Very competitive field. He did terrifically to get onto the podium, and he was the second best performer in qualification with 14.
First floor final. Oh, big opening tumble. Wraps in for the multiple twist, double somersault. Oh, and that was nice. 1.5 twist into the triple twist. One of the most difficult routines we'll see in this final. And again, superb landing. Showing great flexibility and strength. Just gives the gymnast a chance to slow the tempo of the routine down. Easily around there, the 3.5 twist. And again, oh, just that little step out, only a 0.1. Really is packing in the difficulty. Can he stand up for the triple to finish? He can, Christine. That was a fantastic routine. He's the one to beat.
Fabulous difficulty. Just the one small toe out of the floor area. Whether it's a toe or a foot, it's still 0.1. Quite a, here we see the round off flip into this first tumble, the double twisting, double back. But most of the rest of his tumbling was from the round off, and he actually almost moves across the floor, doesn't he? Fantastic awareness in those twists. You have to know absolutely where your body is in the air. Here, the single twist into the double, and that, which was relatively simple in the grand scheme of this routine, was the little error.
It's going to go into first place, but whereabouts? Score comes in, 14.266. That 0.1 for going out the floor. Execution, 8.166. Thought it might have scored a bit better than that, Christine, but he's in first place for now.
Our next finalist, representing Italy, is Bartolini.
Nicola Bartolini, the current world champion.
Oh, big start, 2.5 twist. Oh, and look at the height there. Superb flight in the air. He really does work the floor efficiently with such pace. The way he just snaps his feet together. He's a real master on this piece of apparatus. Lifting through the hands, up into the handstand. Gymnasts have to perform non-acrobatic skills, as well as going forwards and backwards. Great control, 2.5 twist into a straight front somersault. Stands up for the triple twist. What a performance, surely. That's the first place.
Well, he really was pumped for that performance. He's such a classy gymnast, and he brought every bit of his style and class to the arena then. He competes all around as well as being a bit of a specialist on the floor. He was one of those competing late at night. I love that double pike front with the half turn out. He finds the top of the move so well. I think it's this, is this the double twisting, double back, and look how he extends his legs out of the tuck, knowing that he's going to be ready to land. You don't see many gymnasts able to do that. Meets the floor effortlessly. It had a great pace to it, this routine as well.
It has, it does zip through the floor routine, but it was so accurate on the landings, and I think that's what's going to differentiate between these gymnasts. Oh, 14.233. Puts them into second.
He thinks it was low as well.
Yeah, I agree. So, for France, Benjamin Osberger onto the floor.
Another beautifully flighted, twisting forward element. And this big double twisting, double back. He's already shown us great tumbling forwards and backwards. 3 elements linked. He's got a very good feel. Non-acrobatic elements performed well. Each routine has to have some of those. Smooth double twist down the side pass. Double twist, full twisting front. Here we go with the triple twist. Lovely work, hardly a foot out on landing, but his start score was only a 5.6 in qualification, and that might hurt him.
Yeah, but I mean, he came in as first reserve. What a performance. You can see why he's a bit of a floor specialist. He was in the World Cup events on the way to this World Championships. And obviously relishing the opportunity to get out and perform. Some fantastic landings. I agree, just that start score of 5.6, if he can up that difficulty a little bit in the future. Shows good elevation there on the Russian circle. All these gymnasts so spatially aware. By that I mean when they're upside down, they know exactly where they are coming out. They'll see the arms open out to slow the twist down and prepare for the landing. Scores all seem to be a bit low, Christine. So far, the judges are keeping them down there. Where will this fare? Oh, it's good! 14.233. Pushes Bartolini into third. Look at execution there, Chris. You're at 8.633.
Well, that was much better than the previous two in terms of execution. And now we have the second half, the second four gymnastic quick warm-up.
So the score to beat, 14.266. Some good gymnasts still to come. A nervous wait for Doi. And this is certainly the main contender, Christine. He has been phenomenal on this piece of apparatus in qualification, in the all-around. The only gymnast to go over 15 twice, so he's super consistent and a huge start score, 6.4.
Yes, he is. And we saw him have a little bit mixed fortunes in the all-around yesterday. This guy, of course, didn't have mixed problems. It was all good yesterday. He became the all-around world champion. He's got that lovely, easy style about his work. Of course, Gianni from Great Britain didn't work in the all-around competition, so he's had a couple of days rest.
Well, he had 14.533 in his qualification, and if he hits that, it's good enough to go into first place. But with this level of difficulty in all of these finals, it is a bit of a lottery. If you think about the Frenchman, it came in as first reserve, he's lying in silver medal position. I mean, you just go out there and give it your all, and before you know it, you're on the podium.
And sometimes, actually, with a bit less expectation on you, you can work with a bit more freedom. Carlos Yulo, top qualifier, steps to the floor.
Stand by for takeoff. Oh, well, what a shame. Big opening tumble. That's one full mark. Double twist in the double straight. Enormous second tumble. well round the full twist, intermediate 2.5 twist. Triple twist down the side. Such an efficient floor worker. Spends most of his time training with the Japanese team in Japan. That was nice, full twist into a double twist, a little hop back. Not as sharp as he has been. He's had such a lengthy programme here. 3.5 to finish. Well, what a shame. He would have been a real medal contender. He still might. He'd take a 1 full mark for the fall.
Well, he's a sort of emotional guy, and he didn't finish off last night quite how he would have hoped. He was 8th, but he'd qualified much higher than that. And it looked a little bit as if he took a hangover from yesterday onto the floor here. There's the opening tumble. It's huge, 2.5 twist, immediate double pike front. You have to hit the floor out of the 2.5 twist perfectly to get the double pike front somersault. And he didn't quite do that. But he came back with, look at that lovely technique, double twist in the double straight. Takes off purely and straight and then whips it in. Here's the combination tumbles. He really is a gymnast who can do great twisting and great somersaults.
And a big final tumble.
Yeah, the 3.5.
Yeah, a lot of gymnasts have been finishing with the triple, but it goes for 3.5. Again, a disappointing outing. 13.3. Carlos Yulo in 4th. Onto the floor for Great Britain now with a real medal chance, Gianni Regini Moran.
Oh, great first tumble. Triple twisting double back. And then the double on the way back. So powerful, so stylish. Oh, he gets a very good series of 3 twists there. Adding the twists together builds the difficulty. Not only do the top 10 moves have difficulty ranking that are added together, but if you link them, you get bonuses. So we'll be really going for everything here. Oh, and that is a fabulous tumble, so deep into the routine. Double pike front half out. 2.5 twist. He's working fast and packing everything in. Here comes the big final tumble, the triple. Well, Gianni could not have done any better there. The smile says it all. Well done, Gianni.
Has he just tumbled himself onto the podium? The British boys watch in support. What a performance. We've seen him with a little bit of inconsistency in the past, but he really has come into his own of recent times. Packed with difficulty, talk about going for everything. He has this huge opening tumble. 2 somersaults with 3 twists, and then goes back and does 2 somersaults with 2 twists. There it is. Surely that's got to go into first place, Christine. Got to do.
Well, I very much would hope so, but it's all a bit in the hands of the judges, isn't it?
Certainly is, and they've been keeping the scores pretty low. He needs over 14.233 to go into 3rd
Well, he qualified with a 14.533, but like you say, I think these final scores have been quite tight.
It's going to be big, but how big do you think? It comes in, 14.533. Gianni Moran into first place. 3 gymnasts to go.
Well, a fantastic performance and a fantastic score.
Next up for Korea, Seoyam Roo.
And this guy can tumble as well. Lovely double pike front with half turn for the opening tumble. Super twisting. I thought he was going to drift out there, but he measured it exactly right. Has to hold the body above the floor. Very nice lines. Good triple twist. Holds on to it. This has been a good, clean performance. Floats the straight front summy. To get maximum marks, you have to finish with a big tumble. Fantastic finish. That actually was a very clean routine. That will challenge.
Good, solid performance. And a 5.9 on difficulty, so a few tenths down, but very accurate with the landings. Junior floor champion, world floor champion back in 2019. But Gianni guaranteed a medal. With 2 scores to come in. These gymnasts really have given it their all, Christine, in this final. Look at that. Double pike front somersault with half turn. Just that big hop back on landing. Fantastic spatial awareness. Working every inch of the floor. He was 4th in the floor in the Olympics. Sorry, in the World Championships. Score comes in, 14.2. Means Gianni's guaranteed a silver medal with 1 gymnast to go.
And the newly crowned world all-around champion, Daiki Hashimoto from Japan, steps to the floor.
Big opening tumble. Goes back, just that hop forward. Triple twist in the first, double twist in the second. He has got the difficulty. That was nice, full twist into the 2.5. Floats above the floor. fix the handstand for 2 seconds. No problem at all. Nice control, 2.5 twist into a straight front. Final tumble for a medal. How good's it gonna be? Stands up to the triple twist. What a performance, what a champion. Will it be enough?
Well, he looked a little bit weary when he stepped onto the floor, but he concentrated so hard and dug deep. That was a really good performance. Always stylish, but this first tumble looked a deep landing. The judges will deduct when it's deep like that. They want to see the chest right up. And the second tumble as well just would have had a few deductions with the chest down and the big hop. He built fantastically from then on in. But those 2 tumbles were not quite as sprightly as last night, Craig.
No, he was definitely on song to take the all-round title, but Christine, he's had such a full programme, and to pull a routine out like that just shows you the character of the athlete he is.
And he's always got that great smile, a real joy of performance.
It'll be big, that's for certain, but how close will it go? 14.2 for Hashimoto. That means Great Britain has a world champion on the floor. What about that? Take a bow, young man. World floor champion, Gianni Regini Moran.
Absolutely fantastic.
Qualified in 4th place, into first in the final. That's how you do it. And great respect there from Hashimoto. Takes another silver medal for his collection.
Well, Gianni hadn't worked in the all-around, he'd worked in the team competition and gave his legs a little bit of a rest, and he certainly looked fresh and ready for action today. Japan, 2nd and 3rd.
And what about the Frenchman, Christine? Came in as first reserve, ended up in 4th, a little bit more in the gym, and he's a real medal hopeful.
Great to see, actually, because we haven't seen anything of the Frenchmen here.
So, confirmation of the results. The new world champion on floor, Gianni Regini Moran from Great Britain. Hashimoto takes a silver. Doi, the bronze. Benjamin Osberger of France 3rd. Bartolini has to settle for 5th. Roux of Korea in 6th. First of 5 apparatus finals today coming up. We're going to have the men on the pommel horse, women on the vault. Men go to the rings and the women on the uneven bars. Plenty more action from the Brits. So next up, with the women's turn on the vault, Christine, what we're looking for here?
Well, We're looking for two very difficult vaults, well landed. And of course, amongst the competitors is Jessica Gadarova. We saw her perform fantastically to take the bronze medal in the all-around competition. Here she's got the chance to make her mark on the vault. A little disappointingly, we don't see the Olympic vault champion, who's now the overall world champion, Andrade. She didn't qualify for vault final.
Yeah, so 2 vaults. Generally the gymnasts with the most difficult vaults have a bit of an advantage.
Final. Representing Israel, Lihi Raz. Representing France, Pauline Devia.
So the gymnasts for the vault final come out.
Representing the Republic of Korea, Yeo
These
Yeong
gymnasts
Chung.
qualified back in Monday. That was their qualifying day. Well, some of them actually on Sunday evening. Ellie Black from
Ellie
Canada.
Black.
They had to do 2 vaults to get into the vault final. For your overall competition, you just do a single vault. So you have to decide definitely to be a vault specialist. Jordan Childs there from
Also
USA.
from the United States of America, Jade Perry.
And Jade Carey, Olympic floor champion. So we've got
Representing Belgium, Lisa Valen.
and Lisa Velen from Belgium.
And representing Japan, Shoko Miyata.
Shoko Miyata
Liverpool, let's hear it for
from
the
Japan,
gymnasts
a
in the women's
team
vault
that's
final.
really impressed us. So this is the start list. We missed the first 2 gymnasts coming out. So from Israel and France, we've got 8 gymnasts here, each of them doing 2 vaults. And it's the average of the 2 vaults that will create the winner.
So there'll be a few minutes warm-up for the first 4 gymnasts, and then there'll be a slight break. For safety reasons these days, there's the reserve that's come in replacement of Jessica Gadarova, Lihi Raz. So yeah, Chris, we were just saying that Jess, just, you know, she's a bit of competition fatigue, just looking after potentially a bit of an ankle. That just nobody wants to take any risks with Jess, obviously, with the floor final to come as well. Yo, Monsieur Jeong of Korea, she'll be second up. Caroline de Vuillard as well, watch out for her, she qualified at 3rd. This is Ellie Black that we're looking at now, 6th highest qualifier, but she has been having a brilliant World Championships. The Canadian women's team, they well, unexpectedly came 3rd in the team final. So much emotion involved in that as well, getting Olympic qualification, a superb performance from the team. But yeah, Caroline de Vuillard, 22 years old, and she could be in with a shout here.
She certainly can, Matt. Won the vault at the Europeans in 2017. Way back 2019, picked a silver. And yeah, real opportunity, and maybe inspired from seeing the young Frenchman do so well on the floor. Certainly the Americans qualified in 1 and 2 are the ones to catch.
Well, the French have never had a silver or a gold. The last bronze that they got was back in 2009. What a story it would be for Israel here to get a medal. A little bit offline there, goodness me.
And then, like the other apparatus, the deduction will be out of 10, and that will come off the execution score until they'll be added up to their total, and then both vault scores will be averaged for their finals.
So gymnasts will get a couple of toes on the vault because they're performing 2 vaults in the final. Gymnast from Korea. One vault in the Asian Championships this year.
These gymnasts are allowed 3 vaults. They've got to do 2 different vaults, so they actually get 3 runs to warm up.
Just actually hearing from the warm-up gym from British Gymnastics that Jessica's got a bit of soreness in her foot, and they decided to pull out after the warm-up, but they're very hopeful that she's going to compete in the floor final.
Probably a good decision, that. Got a better chance of a medal on the floor.
Yeah.
And another night's sleep does the world of good for the body to recover.
Plus, when you look at the difficulty level of some of these vaults, it's not worth taking the risk at all.
Well, we've just seen the 4th qualifier from China, Bo Heng, who got a silver in the all-around pull-out of the floor, probably for the very same reason.
But what an opportunity for this gymnast here, and coming in very, very late in the day. As we were saying, Jessica decided to pull out after the warm-up in the back gym, so... And she'll be first up as well.
I was going to say a big ask, because I think she's
Yes.
got to work first, hasn't she?
Well, there's 2 vaults in the vault final. Both of them have to be different. And then the average is taken, and that gives the final score. And then the one with the highest score will be crowned world champion. So here we go then. The women's world vault final. Lihi Raz of Israel, first to go. You can see the 5 there on that scoreboard. That means that the whole vault will be marked out of 15 when you add on the perfect 10 of the olden days for execution. Here we go, Lihi Raz. Reserved for Jessica Gadarova, who's sitting out of this vault final.
So she makes the round off in front of the board. Oh, and looks a little unprepared for this situation. She did a better flip on than the one we saw in the warm-up, but really didn't get enough flight to be able to add in 2 twists.
Yeah, you could see there, over to the one side, and you have to get contact onto the platform, block. The gymnasts get deduction straight from the springboard, so that's where the judges are looking from, and if it's got a lack of height from the top and a lack of distance from the vault, just could have done with about another foot of height, Christine, and then she'd have been round.
Yes, she will get credited with the vault. The feet did land before the hands, just about, but she's lucky to walk away without an injury from that, really.
Again, another great experience for this young gymnast to get into a world final.
Yeah, but sadly for her, it's not a case of 2 vaults and the best score is taken. Both of them are added together and the average is calculated. 12.0 1-3-3 for the first vault. This crowd here in Liverpool getting behind her. Need to give her that extra bit of lift for this second vault. Looking for that block, the moment where the hands hit the table and launch these gymnasts high into the stadium. This one a slightly easier vault. You'll see on the tariff scoreboard there, 4.4.
Yes, the vault has to be different. So this time she comes on forward. The full twist in the Sukahara. She swings the arms forwards, makes the turn onto the platform, snap off and put the full twist in. She will be delighted to have had the opportunity to take part in the world final.
And great execution here, Craig.
Yeah, I was going to say much better, much more confident vault. I would imagine the double twist she did on the first vault is relatively new to her programme. She just looked a lot more confident on the full twist. I know it's a little bit easier on the difficulty, but always good to finish on a strong performance. Much better. Well done.
Well, Jessica Gadarova was a potential medal hope here, so interestingly, it's opened up the field somewhat. Lihi Raz, 12.599 is the average. Caroline de Vuillard, the third highest qualifier, is next to go now. Caroline is the European gold medalist from back in 2017. She got a silver at the European Championships back in 2019, but she qualified here for these World Championships with the third highest score. She got 2 scores over 14.
And she is a bit of a vault specialist for the French. Oh, very nice as well, the handspring. Front somersault straight with 1.5 twist. She was a little off direction, but it was well flighted.
Yeah, plenty of height and plenty of rotation. In fact, a little too much, Greg.
Yeah, it is a very difficult vault because normally if they go for the Yurchenko one, you can get the acceleration from the round off, but you really have to drive the power from the springboard into the platform. Judges are looking for straight arms on the top. Big, powerful block, wraps in. It was a good, solid vault. It'd be great if she could get onto the podium.
She blocks very nicely at the front of the platform. A little bit springy there.
So that first vault was a 5.4 difficulty. This one will be slightly easier. Just waiting for that first score to come in. These then the top 9 vaulters from qualification. 14.5 is the first score. It's up on a qualification. So things are going well. So yeah, the second vault then, a difficulty of 5. I'm going to concentrate a little bit more on the execution on this one. Opting to not go for something as difficult.
And the first vault is the one she generally competes. This is her second vault, needs to focus, round off on. Double twist, well performed, a bit of a step forwards, but that's 2 good, strong vaults there.
That's the benchmark, and that will be the score to beat. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah, very efficient vaulter. See the different entry on this vault, the Yurchenko, which the most gymnasts perform. Backflips on, wraps into the double twist. With a 0.1 there.
Just the pace
And potentially the judges will take a little bit for lack of distance from the platform. You can see there, because she blocked right at the front of the vault, that means the distance she travels is going to be less than some of the vaults we see. But I agree with you, Matt, this is going to be the one to beat.
Well, it's going to be around 14. Will it be under or over?
If they're judging similarly to how they have the previous competitions, this will go about 13-8. But it's a new panel of judges always for finals, and judges who don't have gymnasts in the final. So it's always a little bit different.
14-1-6-6 for the well, that's the score. So yeah, Chris, you were right. 13-8-3-3 is the score for the second vault, but the score to beat 14-1-6-6. That's the average. Still some big vaulters to come. Yo Soo-jeong of Korea.
Please welcome representing the Republic of Korea, Yo Soo-jeong.
Yo Soo-jeong got a bronze at the Olympics. She's no stranger to the World Vault Final. Certainly capable of 2 vaults over 14.
And I was about to say the same vault as we saw from the previous gymnasts, but without the same outcome, without quite the same lift off the platform. You have to really rocket off the top of that platform to get a straight front somersault and 1.5 twists in, and she just didn't get that height.
I think she just reached on the vault a little bit. You really have to get in before the heels are over your head to block. And for me, I think her feet just went a little bit too high, and then it's hard to push up into the air because she twists very well. If you look here, I'm talking about, look, I think she should have her hands into the vault a little bit sooner. That'd give her the height. That'll take a full mark. What a shame.
Well, a full mark, and there's a lot of other deductions that come because really the somersault wasn't really completed.
And that shaking her as well, that landing. So she's going to take a bit to regain her focus. But I'm sure she's not keen on looking at the scoreboard for this one. She'll know that her chances of a medal are out the window.
She scored an average of 14.249 in qualification. And she has scored 12.666.
12.666 for Yo Soo-jeong's first vault.
Well, she landed it very nicely in qualification for 14.3, so we know she can do it.
Please welcome for her second vault, Yo
This one,
Soo-jeong.
thankfully, is easier. She was the 4th highest qualifier. What a shame.
Yes, here comes the different vault, the flip on this time. Nice double twist. I felt that was an unexpected fall. She looked like she felt she could make that first vault.
Yeah, well, what a class act to regain her composure and put in a vault like that with a 5 difficulty. So it's not the simplest of vaults, Craig.
No, it isn't, and it just proves that she was a real medal possibility. Much different approach. Look at that, straight down the middle. It's better than the previous double twist in Yurchenko we've seen. What a shame the first vault wasn't a happy outcome.
Beautiful line.
See, the judges have sort of an imaginary line of the height that they expect the judges, the gymnasts, to get above from the block off the top. They've got to block with straight arms, otherwise they pick up a deduction. That was a really nice clean vault. Should hit to 14, I would have thought, Chris.
Yes, maybe just down. They tend to sort of go from about 13.7 up to about 14.2 for these vaults. I would have thought that might well just creep into the 14s.
as the current leader. Colleen de Vuillard on a score of 14.166, so that is the score to beat. Average of the two. 14.033 the second vault, so the average is 13.349. Second at the moment. Well, Ellie Black now with a real chance here. Fourth at the Worlds back in 2017. That's her best Worlds result. She was fifth in the all-around competition, but it was very, very close.
At this level, please welcome representing Canada, Ellie Black.
Going all out then for high 13s with this first vault.
Well, we saw her vault hugely, just like that in the all-around competition. It's an excellent vault. Handspring, straight front somersault with the full twist.
Well, I mean, what a surprise of the championships the Canadian team have been, picking up the bronze and qualifying a team for the Olympics. And we've been thoroughly impressed with Ellie Black, and that was a fantastic first vault. And the second vault's equally as difficult.
Well, playing the execution game, which could well be the key to a medal here, because you've always got to weigh up the difficulty versus the execution. How well can you perform the very difficult vaults that you try and get the extra tenths with? Sometimes it can go against you, but so far it's a good strategy for Ellie Black.
From the side angle like this, you can't always see that she splits her legs, and of course the judges are sat on the side, but our slow motion shows that's one of the areas of deduction for her.
Is it going to be in the 14s? High 13s. It's all about consistency as well, and try to match those two scores best you can. 14.2, it's massive. Very, very good. Now, previously, she's been, she's going to go for a 4.8 difficulty. So, the easiest of the second vaults that we've seen from the vaulters here, putting everything down to execution.
Lots of power, turns on, 1.5 twist off. Again, great landing, very clean.
Beautiful.
She is a real technician on this piece of apparatus. If anything's going to hold her back, it will just be the difficulty.
Well, 14.166 is the overall average score to beat, to go ahead of Caroline de Vuillard from France.
So she went with the half on into the 1.5 twist, and no problems on distance from the platform. You get a great view there, and look on the alignment, straight down the middle. Just a little split of the legs on the way on and a little bit loose at the end, but that will definitely challenge. Come on, Ellie Black.
Well, Canada have only ever had one medal in the vault final. It was a silver back in 2018. Oh, she's done everything she can. It's going to be a nervous wait. There's going to be a warm-up for the latter half of the finalists, and then another 14.166. It's just behind the 14.166, so 14.116.05 down on de Vuillard, who still leads this vault final. So that's how things stand at the halfway stage. Still to come, we've got Jordan Childs, Jade Carey, Lisa Hualen as well from Belgium, and Mayata Shoko of Japan. So a good start then to this women's vault final, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely, as expected. The French came out, she did a great 2 vaults. It is really the consistency, and as you can see there, Ellie Black put together 2 really good vaults, but just that lack of difficulty might just keep her out the medals. You know, the Americans have got high vault scores.
This girl from Belgium's very good vaulter. She's got a great first vault. Don't know whether she's quite got the same power in the second vault. But Jade Carey as well has got 2 very strong vaults.
Just going to bring Beth in if we can. So let's just have a look, shall we, Beth, at De Vuillard's vault, the current leader. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll have a look at Ellie Black, who has been having a storming championships here. She's 27 years old. This is her first vault, the 5 difficulty. But just talk us through the key to a good vault here and how important it is to get that block to maintain the execution. Yeah. And that's something that you know about very well, the blind landings, because you used to do a lot of forward tumbles, didn't you, on floor and with vault too. Yeah. Well, that is the first 4. Thanks ever so much indeed, Beth. We'll be back with you shortly as we join Jordan Childs at the end of the vault run with this, the 2nd highest qualifier. She's also in the floor final, but Jordan didn't get the chance to compete in the all-around final because of the 2 per country rule. No matter how many gymnasts you get up in the top 24, you're only allowed 2 in each final per country. So this Jordan Childs opportunity to show what she can do as an individual. On the gold with the team, this all about her. So she'll be up against a teammate, Jade Carey, and here she goes with the first vault.
Well, very powerful and dynamic. Lovely height, beautiful double twist, chest right up on landing. She holds her shape. It was a little difficult to see from that angle whether she was completely in line. I think she was. Blocks.
Well, I'm going to say, Christine, the Americans have really dominated this piece of apparatus. So powerful. Look at that height off the top. We talked about the imaginary line. She's way up, so there shouldn't be any deductions for lack of height.
So this is the double twisting straight Yurchenko. We've seen a couple of those today already. Receive a score of 13-8, 14-1. I suspect this will go up into the 14-3 maybe.
Well, it was very crisp indeed, that first vault, and it's exactly what she needed. It's a 14-5. Look at the execution, 9.5. Goodness me. That's going to pile the pressure on Carey, who's coming next. Jordan Childs, 21 years old. And this time she's going for a 4.8. So again, just keep your eye on that execution. Watch the form.
The half turn on. The straight front somersault with half turn, beautifully executed. There really wasn't a lot to take off that.
Well, she had a 9.5 on execution for the first vault, and I think that was as good, if not better. I mean, that was just phenomenal. I mean, Jade Carey will probably put a little bit more of a twist on, but that was just fabulous vaulting. Look at the distance from the platform. Nice straight body.
Well, I mean, where do you deduct from, Chris?
Well, they'll have a little bit, I suspect her legs were a little split at the beginning. They can always deduct for a little bit of a lack of height and a little bit of a lack of shape. I mean, no, the legs weren't apart.
No,
They weren't. There really wasn't very much.
Are we going to see a 10?
They would never give a 10.
No.
The judges have got a piece of paper, they want to write on it.
Well, 9.4, come on, where did you find the deductions? We're all thinking it. 14.2 for the second vault, which gives Jordan Childs an average of 14.35. It's an emphatic lead, but how long will she be in the lead for? Because here comes Jade Carey, the US vault champion, 2 times a silver medalist here at the World Championships. She's the highest qualifier. She scored a 14.8 in the team final. Well, she knows she's got to go some here to beat Jordan Childs.
Well, she's putting extra twist in that vault that Jordan Childs did. The same vault, the half turn on, the straight front, but not with half a twist, with 1.5 twists.
Huge.
She starts from a more difficult point. She starts with more marks, but I suspect she will have more deductions as well.
Yeah, 6/10 are an advantage for the extra full turn. You're right, she won't score as well on the execution, but for me, that vault will score higher, taking that into consideration.
Actually,
Down the middle as well.
Actually, Craig, I think that's the best we've seen her do that this championships.
Yeah, you can see from that angle there is a bit of a leg split on the way on. Sometimes the more difficult vault you do, the technique goes a little bit. But even if you took 0.3 for that, Chris, and a little bit on there, it'll still score very well.
Well, we are being treated to some fantastic vaulting here in this women's world vault final. There's the leader as it stands, her teammate. We are in second, and as it stands at the moment, Ellie Black in third with the average score of 14.166. So the springboard is set. There's a couple of springboards the gymnasts can switch with. 9.1 on execution, 14.733. It's a big score for the first vault. She's got a bit of a buffer here. 0.2 above the highest scoring vault we've seen so far. So Jade Carey focuses in on what could well be her first world title on vault.
Well, she needs consistent vaulting here. Flips on, lovely high double twist. Really very clean.
Superb, superb. She thinks she's done enough. I think she's done enough.
Yes, I have to agree with you there, Matt. It's definitely the difficulty that sets her apart from the rest of the field.
22 years old. Surely that can't be beaten, Chris.
No, I don't think it can be beaten, and I think that will go ahead of Jordan Childs. It's where, however much you want to give execution the score, the more difficult vault will win out.
She is a really powerful gymnast, as you've seen on the floor. She can transfer that power onto this piece of apparatus. And this vault is well within her repertoire.
Well, she had 0.6 above Jordan Childs on the first vault and 0.2 on the second. So she starts with a 0.8 advantage.
Yeah. And she does have little deductions for soft knees, but not 0.8's worth.
All eyes on the scoreboard. Jordan Childs, though, surely she's going to stay up on the podium. Yes, it's enough to go into the lead with 2 vaulters left. 14.3, an average of 14.516. Jade Carey goes ahead of her teammate by 0.166. And first to start the party is Jordan Childs. Lisa Wellen is next. She got a vault final at the European Championships in the summer. She came 4th there.
Very good example of that handspring straight front with 1.5 twist. She's so efficient and fast with the twist.
Well, Christine, you said one to watch. That was fantastic. Just the way she spun off the top of the table. Watch their blocks, wraps in, 1.5 twist. And it is a very difficult vault to get a lot of length from the platform. 5.4 on difficulty. So that's a maximum of 15.4. A bit of a leg separation on the way on. Well done.
She actually does come on quite late, like you said about the first gymnast, Craig. She sort of hovers in the air before her hands touch. Belgium didn't do so well as a team, but they've got they're well represented in these finals.
Qualifier. 14.266. Belgium have never won a vault medal at the World Championships on the women's side. This could be a chance here. 14.44, so it's down on the difficulty. Needs to be good on the execution.
Yes, just the full twisting Sukahara. She executed it pretty well, but when it's only out of 14.4, you're probably not going to be able to get into the 14s. She's probably going to lose about 0.7 on that, so she's going to be in the high 13s for it.
Well, she's got through 2 good vaults. And again, it's great just to see a variety of nations in these apparatus finals. Good distance from the platform as well. There you can see just a little bit of a pike down for the landing.
According to the code of points or the judging book.
Interesting, she blocks a lot sooner on that vault, Christine, than she does for the handspring.
Yes, she was more efficient on that vault, really.
Thank you. Gotcha. Made you look.
There's 1 and 2. Lisa Wellen, 13.733. It's 5th at the moment. 1 more to go in the vault final. But as it stands, it's Jade Carey 1, Jordan Childs 2, Colleen Devuillard in 3. Mayata Shoko of Japan rounds up this women's vault final. She is the Japanese vault champion, 2nd at the Asian Championships earlier this year. And Japan have never ever had a medalist on vault.
Well, this her favoured vault, and we've seen her land it several times beautifully. Just a step there. But she and her team have really gained a lot of friends this championships.
They have. They've been like a breath of fresh air. They absolutely love this competition.
The 18-year-old performing once more the back flip.
Efficient in the air. Wraps in for the double twist.
In the vault final.
problem at all.
Locked together.
Take a little deduction for the bent arm on the top. See from the side. Let's look at the height from there. Oh, good height as well.
Well, it's a good start as the first vault. The score she needs to try and beat as the average is 14.166 to get up onto the medal podium and get Japan's first vault medal on the women's side.
14.516, the leader score, Jade Carey. The two gymnasts from the United States of America.
So, what a story this would be.
Liverpool, just a reminder, please no.
She'll probably go for a 4.8 unless she decides to up her difficulty. Just 18 years old. She's also got a beam final to come, as Mayata. But 14.066. This needs to be big, and it needs to be executed beautifully. Here she goes, aiming for a place on the podium.
So here the second vault. Oh, the 1.5 twist off the Sukahara entry. That was a pretty solid second vault.
It was executed beautifully. Will it be enough, and how close will it be to the average score of 14.166?
She's put in 2 solid vaults, but again, I think the main tale of this final is all about the difficulty.
Well, Jordan Child scored a 14.2 with her 4.8 difficulty. We've seen a 14.033 with a 4.8 difficulty from Ellie Black.
2 very good landings actually on these vaults. The double twist Yurchenko and then the 1.5 twist.
Actually, I like the way she does that 1.5 twist. Very impressive.
Going to be very, very close.
They have really enjoyed their gymnastics, haven't they?
They were so unlucky in the team final. Celebrating last night after Hashimoto took the gold in the all-round. Oh, it's not enough. 13.933 for the second vault. 13.99 puts her in 5th, but she's had a great time in this vault final, and she will be back. But there is the top 3. Jade Carey taking the gold. Jordan Childs, she takes the silver, and Colleen Devuillard of France takes the bronze. Well, what a wonderful vault final that was. And earlier on today, the men took to the floor, and if you joined us at the start of the programme, you'll know it was absolutely superb news for Great Britain, and here is why.
Ryosuke Doi, one of their new generation.
First World Championships and first floor final. Oh, big opening tumble. Wraps in for the multiple twist, double somersault. Oh, and that was nice. The 1.5 twist into the triple twist. One of the most difficult routines you'll see in this final. And again, superb landing. Showing great flexibility and strength. Just gives the gymnast a chance to slow the tempo of the routine down. Easily around there, the 3.5 twist. And again, oh, just that little step out, only a 0.1. Really is packing in the difficulty. Can he stand up for the triple to finish? He can, Christine. That was a fantastic routine. He's the one to beat.
Fabulous difficulty. Just the one small toe out of the floor area. Whether it's a toe or a foot, it's still 0.1. Quite a... Here we see the round-off flip into this first tumble, the double twisting, double back. But most of the rest of his tumbling was from the round-off, and he actually almost moves across the floor, doesn't he? Fantastic awareness in those twists. You have to know absolutely where your body is in the air. Here, the single twist into the double. And that, which was relatively simple in the grand scheme of this routine, was the little error.
Well, it's going to go into first place, but whereabouts? Score comes in, 14.266. So, for France, Benjamin Osberger onto the floor.
Another beautifully flighted, twisting forward element. And this big double twisting, double back. He's already shown us great tumbling forwards and backwards. 3 elements linked. He's got a very good feel. Non-acrobatic elements performed well. Each routine has to have some of those. Smooth double twist down the side pass. Double twist, full twisting front. Here we go with the triple twist. Lovely work, hardly a foot out on landing, but his start score was only a 5.6 in qualification, and that might hurt him.
Yeah, apart from the start score, Christine, I mean, he came in as first reserve. What a performance. You can see why he's a bit of a floor specialist. He's picked up a couple of medals in the World Cup events on the way to this World Championships. And obviously relishing the opportunity to get out and perform. Some fantastic landings. I agree, just that start score of 5.6, if he can up that difficulty a little bit in the future. Shows good elevation there on the Russian circle. All these gymnasts so spatially aware. By that I mean when they're upside down, they know exactly where they are coming out. They'll see the arms open out to slow the twist down and prepare for the landing. Oh, it's good! 14.233. Pushes Bartolini into third. Onto the floor for Great Britain now with a real medal chance, Gianni Regini Moran.
Oh, great first tumble. Triple twisting double back. And then the double on the way back. So powerful, so stylish. Oh, he gets a very good series of 3 twists there. Adding the twists together builds the difficulty. Not only do the top 10 moves have difficulty ranking that are added together, but if you link them, you get bonuses. So we'll be really going for everything here. Oh, and that is a fabulous tumble, so deep into the routine. Double pike front half out. 2.5 twist. He's working fast and packing everything in. Here comes the big final tumble, the triple. Well, Gianni could not have done any better there. The smile says it all. Well done, Gianni.
Has he just tumbled himself onto the podium? The British boys watch in support. What a performance. We've seen him with a little bit of inconsistency in the past, but he really has come into his own of recent times. Packed with difficulty, talk about going for everything. He has this huge opening tumble. 2 somersaults with 3 twists, and then goes back and does 2 somersaults with 2 twists. There it is. Surely that's got to go into first place, Christine. Got to do.
Well, I very much would hope so, but it's all a bit in the hands of the judges, isn't it?
Certainly is, and they've been keeping the scores pretty low. He needs over 14.233 to go into third.
Well, he qualified with a 14.533, but like you say, I think these final scores have been quite tight.
It's going to be big, but how big do you think? It comes in, 14.533. Gianni Moran into first place. Next up for Korea, Suyamru.
And this guy can tumble as well. Lovely double pike front with half turn for the opening tumble. Super twisting. Ooh, I thought he was going to drift out there, but he measured it exactly right. Has to hold the body above the floor. Very nice lines. Good triple twist. Holds on to it. This has been a good, clean performance. Floats the straight front summy. To get maximum marks, you have to finish with a big tumble. Fantastic finish. That actually was a very clean routine. That will challenge.
Good, solid performance. Had a 5.9 on difficulty, so a few tenths down, but very accurate with the landings. Junior floor champion, world floor champion back in 2019. But Gianni guaranteed a medal. With 2 scores to come in. These gymnasts really have given it their all, Christine, in this final. Look at that. Double pike front somersault with half turn. Just that big hop back on landing. Fantastic spatial awareness. Working every inch of the floor. He was 4th in the floor in the Olympics. Sorry, in the World Championships. Score comes in, 14.2. Means Gianni's guaranteed a silver medal with one gymnast to go.
Champion from Japan, Daiki Hashimoto.
And the newly crowned world all-around champion, Daiki Hashimoto from Japan, steps to the floor.
Big opening tumble. Oh, and goes back, just that hop forward. Triple twist in the first, double twist in the second. He has got the difficulty. That was nice, full twist into the 2.5. Floats above the floor. Just fix the handstand for 2 seconds. No problem at all. Nice control, 2.5 twist into a straight front. Final tumble for a medal. How good's it gonna be? Stands up to the triple twist. What a performance, what a champion. Will it be enough?
Well, he looked a little bit weary when he stepped onto the floor, but he concentrated so hard and dug deep. That was a really good performance. Always stylish, but this first tumble looked a deep landing. The judges will deduct when it's deep like that. They want to see the chest right up. And the second tumble as well, just would have had a few deductions with the chest down and the big hop. He built fantastically from then on in. But those 2 tumbles were not quite as sprightly as last night, Craig.
No, he was definitely on song to take the all-round title, but Christine, he's had such a full programme, and to pull a routine out like that just shows you the character of the athlete he is.
And he's always got that great smile and real joy of performance.
It'll be big, that's for certain, but how close will it go? 14.2 for Hashimoto. That means Great Britain as a world champion on the floor. What about that? Take a bow, young man. World floor champion, Gianni Regini Moran.
Absolutely fantastic.
And here are the top 3 receiving their medals. Doi Ryosuke of Japan. He took the bronze. He was second to compete. He was the second highest qualifier, but he just couldn't do enough. And neither could this man. The all-around gold medalist from yesterday had such a busy time. But he steps up to receive the silver medal here in the men's floor final alongside his teammate Daiki Hashimoto, one of the greats. This time settles for silver.
Winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing Great Britain, Gianni Regini Moran.
What about that? Hearing his name called out in front of the home crowd, Gianni Regini Moran stands tall as Great Britain's first ever men's floor world champion. Oh my word, what a moment. He went all out for difficulty, matched it with execution, and he is the champion of the world. And out come the presentation party. I'm going to bring Beth and Max in here as well, because what a moment we're experiencing here, seeing the president of the FIG, the Federation of International Gymnastics, Morinami Watanabe, giving Gianni Regini Moran the gold medal. And Beth, I mean, you're a floor world champion yourself, you know what it feels like, but what a moment for Gianni.
Absolutely incredible. Gianni has been on such a journey to pick up that world title. I mean, he had a serious leg injury only a few years ago, and he's had to really fight back, and I think he mentioned it in his interview. He never knew whether he'd be able to get back up to that level, but to see him standing there listening to the anthem in a minute will be a very special moment for him.
Yeah, well, we're going to hear your teammate hear the national anthem now, Max, but what a moment for him, eh?
Unbelievable. Another moment of history for our country.
Of Great Britain.
What a moment. First time ever Great Britain have a world champion on floor. And what illustrious company Gianni is in there. I tell you what, there's been so much history made here at these World Championships, and it being at home games as well makes it all the sweeter. Tremendous, and honestly, who better to be enjoying that world floor final with than with our very first world medalist for Great Britain. It's Neil Thomas back in '93. You got that silver, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I've just realised, I mean, it's 29 years ago, isn't it now? So, yeah.
Well, you're looking good on it, though.
Well, thank you very much.
No, you are. I mean, let's get your thoughts on that floor final to start with.
The floor final was amazing. The difficulty, the risk, the factors that was in there. There was a few errors around, but they were right on the knife edge as well. And Gianni, I mean, he deserves that title. He was just the best. He was the best. He's the best in the world. Absolutely unbelievable.
There's no doubt about it. Well, you can see this. I mean, we're gonna talk about the trail that you blazed anyway, Neil, obviously in a while, but look at where we've ended up now with the quality that we've got here.
To me, he still looks like he's performing within himself. He looks like he could do that all day long. It's just solid and consistent. I'm sure he might have a different opinion to that, but he looks like he's competing really well within himself. Didn't look like he was going to be at risk at any time. Amazing.
Yeah. Well, we're going to hear from him in just a moment. I know that he's down there having a chat with Miriam. We'll get down very shortly. But you know what it's like, Neil, to compete at a home games. That's where you were. So back in Birmingham, what was it like to get that world
Birmingham
medal?
'93, I mean, yeah, it was incredible. The atmosphere was brilliant. The crowd here is great. They're very knowledgeable and enthusiastic. And it was the first time they probably had a chance to cheer for a British gymnast for a medal chance. So it was nice to be able to do that. And yeah, so it was all a bit overwhelming at the time.
Trailblazer. Well, let's hear from Gianni now. He's talking to Miriam. This is what he had to say after that.
Gianni, now that you've had a bit of time to reflect and you've got that gold medal in your hands, just sum up what it means to you.
It means the absolute world. I almost feel like I've completed life now. No, you know, so much hard work has gone into this. And my journey, and you know, a lot of you know my journey. I've been through so much, so many injuries, and to bounce back and be where I am, you know, now with this gold medal around my neck, I can't believe it. And I've had time to try and process it, but I can't process it. So I don't know if that's a normal feeling. People, Max, how do you feel? I don't know. What do I do?
You have completed live, and you've made a bit of history because you're the first men's Great British floor champion. Does that make sense? Does that ever sink in?
I don't know. I don't know if it ever will. I hope it does. And you know, I couldn't have done it without the guys, the physio, the doctor. You know, holding me together, keeping me going. You know, through thick and thin, and everyone, my coach, my support team, my teammates, everyone, they've all played a massive part in me being here, and you know, this medal around my neck. So a massive thanks goes out to all those guys.
The crowd went absolutely wild. What was going through your head when you heard the national anthem?
I started singing, and then I was like, I'm going to try and take it in a little bit. Then I was like, I'll sing a little bit, then I'll try and take it in. So I was trying to do a bit of both, but it just gives me goosebumps, and I'm sure it gave, you know, everyone else goosebumps as well, and it's just so good to hear our anthem played in this arena.
Johnny, congratulations. Go and celebrate.
I've got a final tomorrow, so thank you.
Max, you've got a silver on floor. Gianni's gone one better. You've got to be proud of your teammate.
You know, I'm so happy for him. And like you said there, he has been plagued with injuries for years and years and years, throughout a majority of his career. And he's done so well to get to this point. To not only be here, but to get that gold red around his neck, to make history, never been done before on the men's side. It's incredible. That journey to get there will make it 10 times more rewarding, that feeling. And that's why it won't sink in for a very long time.
Yeah. I mean, he was youth Olympic champion, wasn't he? So it's been a well, I don't say a slow process, but it's been a while in the making.
100%. He's always been an incredible floor worker. He's always just, you know, never had that chance to really throw it on a stage like this. He's here now. He's grabbed the opportunity like he has done all week, and like the whole team have done. He's made the most of it, and thoroughly deserved.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? It's a privilege to be sitting alongside 3 British world medalists on floor. It's incredible. And just behind us, we've got the world medalists that are being crowned right now. There's Jade Carey. She took the gold on vault. If we are... And Jordan Childs. So we'll pause for the national anthem for Jade Carey. Just taken gold on vault. Jade Carey there taking gold on vault. Jessica Gadarova sitting that one out, but she is going to compete in tomorrow's floor final, for anybody wondering. She's all right. She's having a bit of treatment on a sore foot. But from one medal ceremony, I want to link to another one that happened, well, how many years ago did you say it was?
29, yeah.
93. So if you just joined us, Neil Thomas was our first ever world medalist. And you blazed the trail, right? You made it possible for all of us young hopefuls looking at you there thinking, you know what, we can medal against the best in the world.
I think part of the legacy is that it did mean there was some belief that British gymnastics could do something, but also on a world stage, but also that other countries and judges would recognise that we could do it. So hopefully that opened up some doors for a few years later. You know, it's part of the milestone on the journey, the history, and then there's further milestones here from these two guys as well, and milestones today just set by Gianni as well.
Yeah, Neil, it's incredible what you did. We've got the routine from 93. Will you talk us through it? Because I'd love to just hear your perspective.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm sure that
happy
Max would as
to.
well.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Oh, right.
Super start and the poise at the end of the run. 3 straight front somersaults, the third with a full twist. That will increase the difficulty. And he'll be marked from 10. Plenty of time to sink into splits from the flares. This will show control. He must hold the balance. Just a slight falter there. Held the balance well. The full twisting double tuck back was stuck. That was a fabulous challenge, but now he's got to wait.
Well, the late, great Mitch Fenner was commentating there, but there you are, Neil, alongside the great Vitaly Sherbo.
Yeah, what a gymnast he was. I mean, he was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, one of the greatest gymnasts ever, and like we said before, blazing a trail. Was that a shell suit?
Yes, I think so. Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, Max, you were watching that earlier on. I think we should get a petition up to bring back the head spring.
Oh, no,
all of that. Yeah. But I mean, the level, the skill level that you saw from Neil there on that kind of equipment, because we're going to talk about that in a second as well.
Yeah, I think that's what's incredible. I think when you compare the equipment differences from then until now, you're literally, it's completely different piece of apparatus. There is no chance that you could get us gymnasts now going onto that floor. I can guarantee you that, because the difference in firmness, hardness, just the lack of bounce is crazy. So the skill level on that, the dismount was amazing.
Yeah. How do you compare the equipment back then to what?
Well,
I mean, these lads have it easy, don't they?
Yeah. Relatively, but the equipment and development means that the skill level goes up as well. So it all goes together. I was competing on a floor routine.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So I'd gone back to Lilleshall after the qualifications to train to upgrade this routine. So the second pass that she's coming up now was an upgrade to get more difficulty and a bit more originality in there as well. So,
yeah. And so did you have your eyes on a medal here, or were you just going out to have a good time?
I wouldn't say it was a good time. It was a serious job,
totally.
And the best of my ability. It was just, we had never been in this position before, where there was a chance for medals. So we dare believe, and this is what happened, yeah.
Because you scored 9.35 in that one, but I mean, you'd done very well at the Olympics as well, hadn't you?
Yeah. I mean, the previous year I'd scored a little bit higher than that, but I think after the Olympics there's a change in code, and so the code of points where the moves get changed and regraded. So I think the score has come down a little bit after an Olympic year.
Yeah. And then after that, you went there the next year at the World Championships, and to prove that it wasn't a fluke, you did it again.
Yeah, and you'd see a development in that floor routine as well for the year later. So it was nice to get a silver medal again. I think so it wasn't just a home country sort of bias on my judging. So I felt sort of probably worthy.
Yeah. Well, you did blaze a trail, and you did make it possible. And now I think we've lost count at the number of world medals that we have. But there's always got to be that first one, Neil.
Well,
and we all thank you gratefully for what you did back then.
Yeah, thank you.
Epic work.
Thank you.
And Max, we're going to move on to pommel horse now. You've been 3 times world champion on pommel horse. When you decided to step back and hand your world title to somebody else, because it was a conscious decision, what was that like for you?
It was almost seeing it very different. I think it was a bit of a roller coaster year for me in terms of the past year since Tokyo. So it wasn't about kind of hand it to anyone else. I think when you go to a new World Championships, it's literally the slate is wiped clean. It's new titles. You can never take titles away as you can't with yours. So it's almost, you gain your title, you have that forever, and it's working for the next ones, which are very, very, very different. But very exciting to see pommel finals coming through with new gymnasts coming through as well.
Well, Nedorowski is the guy who holds the title now. He's coming back to try and retain his title. But Rhys McClenaghan is certainly in the mix from Ireland. He's been a world medalist himself, a bronze. Is this his time, Max?
Who knows? I mean, we've seen a lot of things on pommel this whole championships. We've seen a lot of mistakes. We've, you know, a lot of things that we've kind of never really seen before from people who are usually solid. So pommel horse is probably one of the most dreaded pieces of apparatus for most gymnasts. When they come to it, it's the most nerve-wracking piece to compete on for most. Look, he's an incredible pommel gymnast.
Highest qualifier as well.
Highest qualifier. He's got every shot in the world. Let's see who can pull it off.
Yeah, so ideally, because it is a very technical piece, this, isn't it? So what are we looking for the ultimate pommel horse routine?
So obviously, on the basic terms, you need to hit all 4 requirements. You need to make sure you have everything you need to hit what you need in your routine. They need to be done nicely, but I think from a really kind of audience point of view, if a routine looks very smooth, if the difficulties level's there and the routine goes smooth, it goes through nicely, legs are keep locked together, that's one thing that you can look out for. If legs kind of falter, it's a big mistake, big deduction. So a clean routine with the big guys with a big start score, that's who's going to come out on top.
Yeah. Well, let's just have a little look at the top qualifiers. Here they are. There's the start list. So Rhys McClenaghan will be up 3rd and then followed by the reigning world champion. Neil, did you like pommel horse?
It wasn't one of my favourites,
No.
but something that I had to persevere with and do.
Well, it is, as we said, quite technical. And if you don't understand, here's Max Whitlock with a guide of things that you certainly wouldn't have known about pommel.
The pommel horse is probably one of the most dreaded pieces of apparatus for most gymnasts. It's usually one of their weakest pieces, but when in competition and the pressure is at an all-time high, it can be the piece that is so easy to fall off and there is no room for error. So over the years, some of the apparatus have had some changes made to them. For example, the floor has had added springs, the bolt has got bouncier, but pommel horse in itself has pretty much stayed the same, so no major modifications. If you at home want to choose pommel horse as your speciality, you don't jump up to the pommel horse like the one behind me, you start by using a bucket. The bucket is a training aid for the pommel horse. Attached by a rope up to the ceiling, which hangs down, you use a training pommel, which is the mushroom, and you put your feet in the bucket to help you build that circle. I'm lucky I actually have a pommel horse at home. It's probably the only piece of apparatus that you can actually take to your house. It's portable, it's easy to pack away, easy to set up. It got me through lockdown, so I'm thankful that pommel horse is my speciality piece. When you get a new pommel horse, one of the main things that every gymnast wants to do is to wear it in. They want to make it rough, they want to make it ready and grippy. So sometimes it can be slippery, so you use whatever you can, whether it's sandpaper, sugar water, honey, syrup, and then loads of chalk just to make it feel like a used pommel horse. You can adjust the handles for different body shapes, different people, different sizes. You unscrew the handle at the bottom, and you can adjust it by moving it out, and then measure up with your arm. On each apparatus, every skill is valued by a letter, with A being the most basic. The further you move up the alphabet, the harder, the more difficult, the riskier the skill is. On pommel horse, it goes up to letter G. A G skill is a triple Russian on one handle. It's definitely probably the most nerve-wracking skill to perform in competition on the pommel horse. I've done it a few times, but it's definitely a skill that is high risk, high reward. So there's a few things you didn't know about the pommel horse.
And very cool when you competed in normal clothes. Thanks, Max. I love that. So there is Stephen Nadorczyk, and he is the reigning world champion. So these are the top 8 gymnasts from qualification. And the first gymnast up is just adjusting the handles, as we've seen from Max Whitlock. Laurent de Munk of Netherlands, 23 years old, and we saw him get a silver medal at the European Championships in the summer. So he's in with a chance. It's very tight, these scores actually, Craig, in this final. So Any little wobble, and we've seen, I mean, this has been the nemesis, hasn't it, throughout these championships. So many gymnasts have come a cropper on this piece.
Well, we've never seen so many gymnasts fall from the pommel horse. They seem to be settling a bit yesterday for the all-around final, but still had falls. The American, the Dorsik, he fell in the team competition. So Rhys McClenaghan seems to be way out in front, but he'll have to get through because a fall from the apparatus is 1 full mark. So, yeah, anybody could get on the podium. It'll be a great final.
On we go then with the World Pommel Horse Final, and Laurent de Munck starts things off for Netherlands.
Well, great to see the Dutch here on this piece of apparatus, because they've been renowned for the high ball work. It's really talented. Such a difficult routine as well. Judges are looking for the elevation of the hips at the front of the double-leg circle. It's got great extension. And that's nice work. The woo travel down the horse. Travels back again, her feet are locked together. He's making a real strong bid. The forward travel. The Magyar, he'll go backwards with the Javado. Come on, keep up the momentum. Up into the handstand. Oh, well.
Shame.
That would have probably been a medal-winning routine.
Well, oh my word. I mean, it was such a strength-sapping routine, and he just didn't have enough to get over the line.
He has the most difficult routine within this final. He has a 6.4. It just does sap. The more circles you do, the further your routine. Your arms are just running out of oxygen, they're cramping up.
You can see he's trying to get some blood back into the biceps. And here he goes. He'll just go up for the dismount and finish things off to prove he could do it. There he goes.
Well, what a shame. That's how we should have finished. I'd have had money on that for a medal. What a shame.
Do you know, I think he was thinking the same thing as he was on that rise to the dismount, and then suddenly, goodness me, what a shame for de Munck.
And that's one of the things you learn with experience, isn't it? Never let your mind race ahead. You're not finished till you're back sat in your seat. But it was beautiful, classy work. Just heard Max saying about have your legs locked together. Well, his legs were absolutely glued together throughout the routine. Good, strong hand placement. You can see from these slow motion shots the pressure that goes through the wrists doing pommel work like this. He's got a lovely line, really very good. I'm sure he's a gymnast we'll see much more of in the future.
A story of what could have been for Laurent. 13.533. 7.4, yeah, he was given all the difficulty, but sadly the execution was way down. Ryosuke just off the medal podium from floor. We were talking of all the victims of the pommel horse over the last few days, and Ryosuke actually fell off in the team final. Japan still managing to hold on to the silver medal in that team final, with Great Britain taking the bronze. But Ryosuke hoping to replicate the performance on floor here now at the second final of the day. He's capable of a 14.466.
Solid start into the handstand. That's a very difficult skill. Sawn. This is where all the difficulty, working the one pommel handle. Again, another gymnast who's got superb extension. Oh, spoke too soon. He has got a good extension on the double leg circle, and to me it didn't look that far off.
gymnast of 2 to take a fall. Goodness me.
I think a little bit of look of disbelief there, Matt.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little separation of the legs. Max was talking about that, so they split the legs. It could be 1 or 3 tenths. Come on, you can see he's starting to get tired now. The arms are giving up. You really have to drive the heels, keep the momentum of the double leg circle. Up into the handstand. Well, what a shame. 2 gymnasts, 2 falls.
Yeah, he never looked settled really, but you can see the happy side of it, Chris.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's laugh or cry, isn't it, at this stage? But no, you're right. It's sort of with 2 gymnasts and 2 both in disbelief, really. How many hundreds of times have they done those routines? He's got a very nice circle, really good line. But you have to keep those feet and shoulders working together. And if you don't, it's impossible to keep swinging round. It's such a taxing apparatus if you even just try and hold your legs out like that. But beautiful, classy work there. Yes, he just sort of seemed to dip in energy, didn't he?
It is one of those apparatus where you really need to keep the momentum going. As soon as you start using strength, then you've had it.
Ryusuke scores a 12.933. He's had a busy championships, though, to be fair to him. Well, looking to write his name into the history books here. Rhys McClenaghan of Ireland. He got a bronze back in 2019, but this could be his golden year. Rhys McClenaghan for Ireland.
Supremo on this piece of apparatus. He has such a difficult routine. That round on the one handle. And again. Difficult work between the handles. The Russian Wendy swing. He's going well. He's motoring down the pommel on the Magyar. He'll travel backwards in the Shavado. That's the woo. We've seen him falter on that before, but not today. Come on, Rhys. Up into the handstand, he pirouettes. Rhys McClenaghan, the routine of your life.
What a class act. He went all out for difficulty. He kept the momentum, kept the focus. And surely that's a world medal, but what colour will it be?
Oh, absolutely delighted for him. He's not been on song the last few tournaments, the last few big competitions, and had to go back, work hard. He's got such a good light style. And as you often say, Craig, the faster you swing, the easier it is, and he really motors, as you said, along the pommel horse.
Well, it was absolutely fantastic. It really was. Just look at the execution. The positioning, the balance, absolutely world class.
He's so high up above the handles. And of course, if you let your body dip at all and catch the horse or catch the handles, that's when you come to grief. But he kept his focus and he kept his concentration right through to the finish.
Well, the reigning world champion is to follow, but goodness me, what a tough act to follow that is. Right, what's the benchmark? This will be the golden score for now. This is the one to beat.
Well, it's going to go into the 15s, that's for certain. I think that's one of the best routines I've seen him do, Christine.
Yes, I would say so as well. He looked really focused, didn't he?
Well, it's the only event that he's doing here. All on that routine, all of the work, effort and time spent for that moment. And he didn't let himself down, that's for sure.
No, and actually it puts a great deal of pressure on that one routine when it's the only thing you're doing.
He scored a 15.233 in qualification. Judges making sure of every 10th. It's a 15.3! What a score! It's a world medal, but what colour? It's going to be a tentative weight. 5 gymnasts left to go in this final. But they're going to have to go some to beat that. Stephen Nedorosik, reigning world champion. Can he retain the title? He needs more than 15.3.
A lot of pressure on the world champion, but he's going well so far. Again, a gymnast with another difficult routine, full of originality. Oh, really struggled a little bit there, a little dip in the body. He's recovered well. The forward travel, the Magyar is going to work back her down the horse. Winds up into the handstand, a little bit of a hesitation. It's good, but I don't think it's going to be good enough.
No, there was a few wavers of execution, and I think Stephen knows it too. A hesitation on the dismount, Chris, and it just like break the form, a little pike in one of the circles there.
Yeah, just a couple of little errors, but I mean, a great performance and fabulous to see 2 gymnasts really working with such virtuosity on a piece like this.
I'm pleased he got through it. That's all I can say. You know, the 2 gymnasts going toe for toe.
Well, he had a 6.4 in qualification. Interesting, Reese had upped his routine a 10th. He'd performed a 6.4 as well, so if just that 10th extra will help him. But what a Pomelos final after the 2 falls. The last 2 gymnasts have been superb.
Those first couple of slow motion moves that they showed us showed a little bit of a lack of form here. Just there's that slight hesitation on the way up into the dismount, but it's great pommel horse work.
Absolutely, and because the difficulty was so high, it's going to be up there, this score, but 15.3 is Reese's.
That's a big score to beat.
Well, Nedorosik has had the title, he knows what it feels like.
14.7. That was
14.4. It's down considerably from his qualification score. He went all out for difficulty, but just couldn't quite match it with the execution. So Rhys McClenaghan still in the lead. 4 to go. Well, the final 4 are going to have a little warm-up, so in the meantime, let's bring in Max. And Max, I mean, goodness me, 15.364 on the difficulty. Rhys wasn't holding back with that routine.
100%. I think, as Craig said, increasing it by 1/10, I think was a great move, and it paid off. When you watch the routine, I think it was an incredibly clean routine there. You can see it here now in terms of his, the start to the finish, everything going through. It was what kind of I said before, when you do a routine and it's a high value difficulty routine, but you do it clean like that, including the G element there, you're going to come out with a big score. His legs were locked together the whole time through. amazing job after I will say after a tricky year that he's had in terms of his consistency level. So he's done brilliant here.
And to come in as well, I mean, you know now as a specialist what it's like where all of your focus is just on one piece, and it's a big moment when you step up there, and there's a lot at stake for Reece. You know, he's been there or thereabouts for so long, and you know, it did feel like potentially this was his moment, and he went all out. And that feeling when you land of release, what's that like?
A huge sense of relief, and I think like every gymnast knows what goes into a routine like that, the preparation, the amount of routines beforehand, but just when it kind of pays off, it all goes well on the day, the feeling is incredible, especially when it comes out with a great score as well. And when you mention about it, kind of, you know, when you drop down and you're a specialist and you do one piece of apparatus, that's really tough. I think people underestimate how tough that is to go out there. The nerves are always higher on your first piece, and for that to be your first and only piece, it's a really tough job.
Yeah, well, he's got an anxious wait for the next 4. This lad here, Merdenjan, we were talking about it earlier on, Max. I mean, surely there's a few more years for you, because he's 38, this lad.
I know, it's quite positive. It makes me feel quite good. That's 9 years on me. So, you know, for me, I'm looking to come back, and I feel, you know, it makes me feel young again. So, yeah, huge positive, but huge credit up there. World final at that age is an incredible achievement. All the best to him.
Yeah, well, let's stick on that theme for a little bit longer, Max, and let's talk about what you're up to at the moment and what your plans are.
Yeah, so after a rollercoaster year, long story short, in terms of thinking that I was done with gymnastics, I've almost had basically a full reset after mentally struggling through that period after Tokyo. But coming back now, I've made a decision. I'm coming back. I have my targets, you know, fully set on that kind of 2-year journey towards Paris. You know, I'm you know, really determined to get back competing next year. You know, Europeans and Worlds next year, then Europeans and Olympics. You know, 4 major championships, but almost on the journey, just being more open and honest in how I'm feeling, and you know, and showing that journey. I think it'll be an interesting one and a challenging one, but something I'm really excited about.
Well, we're looking forward to commentating on you again, Max. I'm sure it won't be too long.
Thank you.
As we rejoin the men's pommel horse final. It's the last 4 to go, and the 3rd highest qualifier from Kazakhstan, Nariman Kurubanov.
And a good solid start. He's a very tall gymnast, working a little bit slower pace than some we've seen so far. Oh, and there he had to just separate the legs. This is the problem, if you've got a bit of a slower double leg circle, these skills when you're on the one arm, it's really difficult to balance. He's picked up well. Up into handstand. Oh, bit of a shake of the legs, but he's got through. I don't think it'll challenge, but he's got there.
Well, he scored over 15, Chris, in qualification, but that one was just a bit stickier, wasn't it?
It was. I'd be very surprised if that went over 15. But he's a very elegant gymnast, and he's got a very sort of unique style on the pommel horse. He just faltered a couple of times too many. There we are. Here's the leg bend, and then the struggle on the dismount.
Well, yeah, his teammate Karimi, Kazakhstan, was the 3rd highest qualifier for floor. He is the 3rd highest qualifier on pommel horse. So Kazakhstan having a good World Championships.
Yes, quite a few countries really sort of have embraced the specialist viewpoint, and rather than trying to make somebody into an all-rounder, they've sort of used the time in the gym to really become a specialist on a piece of apparatus.
So Reece McClenaghan leads this men's pommel horse final with 15.3. Nedorosik of the USA, last year's champion, is on 14.4. So where will that fit in the mix? Oh, it's gone, yeah, so he's gone into second, 14.533. Gymnast from Kazakhstan, with everything crossed to be the first medalist of Kazakhstan on pommel horse. And talking of firsts, first Jordan gymnast, Ahmad Abu Al Saud.
Another gymnast with quite a high start value, 6'3", so if he hits, he has got a potential to challenge. Oh, and that's a good start. Just has a little bit more pace about him than the previous gymnast. Oh, and that's nice original work. Try and build the difficulty in the least amount of circles to keep the energy. He's got good balance on this piece of apparatus. Come on. Up into the handstand pirouette. Well, I think that's a medal. What a routine!
Well, he put in the 6'3" in qualification, and he could just have knocked last year's world champion off the podium. What about that, Chris?
It had such energy, didn't it? Right through to the end. Usually the end's a bit of a struggle, but he just swung constantly.
That was sensational.
Well, watch out. Reese is thinking, hang on a minute.
Well, yes, because Reese was only a 6'4" start. So 6'3", only 0.1 behind, and really he didn't falter, did he?
Well, Kurbanov has a score of 14.533. Reese is the only gymnast to score over 15. Abu Al-Soud put in a 14.366 in qualification. It's going to be above that.
It's got to be. Well, that when you just get a routine that completely take you by surprise, that was brilliant. It'll not be good enough to go above Reese, but it should be worthy of a medal.
14.866. He's gone into second. Abu Al-Soud. Welcome to the world of pommel horse.
Well, what a sensational final.
Absolutely superb. First time we've seen Jordan in the final, and they could well get a medal. But this lad's been around the block. Filip Ud of Croatia. His first world medal was back in 2014. He's had an Olympic silver, European silver.
Yes, real pedigree on this piece of apparatus. His own unique style. Just have the difficulty of the top guys, so he has to work well on his execution. Ooh. Splitting of the legs there will not help. That's nice original work though. Travelling back down, much better in the tension in the legs. Travel forward and backwards. Gymnasts only allowed 2 travels. Ooh, then he hesitates on the dismount. So one of the requirements is that you need a difficult dismount, which is D or above. So if you just go to handstand there, you lose the requirement as well, which is half a mark on top. So I think, if there's any... Yeah, he'll go back and perform the dismount again.
What a shame for Filip Ud.
He's only 30 seconds, so he needs to be within time. Oh, again then, he's off at the wrong side, but I don't think he'll go for another.
Well, what a disappointment, really. He started so strongly, but it faltered about 2/3 of the way through.
Well, the end of that routine will guarantee Abu Al-Soud a medal, because there's only one gymnast left to go, and he's sitting in second place. So what a day of history that's been made for Jordan. First entry into a final, and he goes and takes a medal.
That is just phenomenal.
Yes.
And fantastic as well at the same time. And once you're in the final, we've talked about this before, once you're in the top 8, it's you have a real chance.
Well, anything's possible, isn't it? It starts from zero. Doesn't matter whether you qualified 8th. You start from zero, and anything can happen.
Certainly if your start value's up there with all the rest. Obviously, if you're a mark behind, it's a bit difficult, but you've got a good score, you're in the mix.
12.5 for Filip Ud of Croatia. He got a silver back in 2017, he'll be all right. So Rhys McClenaghan, with 1 to go, leads Abu Al-Soud in second. And Kurbanov of Kazakhstan, I mean, it would be history there as well if he could get onto the podium. But it's the experienced Merdinyan from Armenia who is next to swing the pommel horse at 38 years old.
Well, he's starting very well. He really needs to be precise with his hand placement. And notice the speed of the double leg circle. You can't afford to hang about. That's difficult work between the pommel handles. Forward travel, Magyar, and backwards. This is fantastic work. He doesn't do the handstand dismount. No, he didn't. He is now, sorry, up into the pirouette. What a routine! Well, take a medal.
38 years old, surely he'll be the oldest medalist at the World Championships ever. I mean, that would be something. We're going to have to check the record books on that one, but I'm going to stick my arm up and say yes. Wow, goodness me. What he needs is over, well, he can tie, can't he? So he could get 14.533 for a medal.
He had 14.7 in qualification, Chris, and I don't think there was a lot wrong with that.
No, he swung really well.
He got a bronze in 2015.
See, lots and lots of experience. To be honest, each time you don't get the opportunity to do world finals very often, but if you can rack up a few, 3 or 4 times you've been in a world final, you start to know what it's all about.
Yeah.
And the experience does really pay off.
Well, 15.3 is the golden score. Sure, it won't beat that, but what he's after is getting up onto that medal podium. 14.533 is the score to join Kurbanov from Kazakhstan. Abu Al-Soud has a score of 14.866. He's in second. It's a medal for Merdinyan. 14.733. What a hero. Well done. 38 years old and smashed it. Absolutely superb, but what a final we've seen here. There is the new world pommel horse champion. Rhys McClenaghan for Ireland is the champion. It's been a long time coming for him, and it's happened. It all came good on the day. And a golden moment for Rhys McClenaghan. He takes gold. Ahmed Abu Al-Soud of Jordan makes history for his country and takes the silver. And Harton Merdinyan of Armenia takes bronze. But what a moment for Rhys. Ahmed Abu Al-Soud of Jordan. Never has Jordan had a gymnast in the pommel final, and he comes in and takes a medal. And what about this from Merdinyan?
Just actually fantastic to see a mix of nations, different people, different ages. Gymnastics can be for lots of different people, it's very often a bit stereotyped.
Yeah.
This has been an absolutely fantastic open final.
And then Rosic came in to try and retain the title, and he finishes in 5th. Way! Family celebrations all round. Rhys McClenaghan is the world champion. He's done it. He's been up and down throughout his career. He went back and focused in on this. He came here to do business, and this is the result. Rhys McClenaghan of Ireland is the world pommel horse champion. Ahmed Abu Al-Soud of Jordan makes history with a silver medal. And Merdinyan, at 38 years old, is on the medal podium at the world final. Miriam is down with Rhys now, so let's hear from the new pommel horse world champion.
Rhys, you just became Ireland's first world gymnastics champion. What about that? No words, just pure joy, pure joy. Rhys, it was the routine of a lifetime, and you could have been really distracted with those first 2 falls, but you just looked so focused. You just looked like you came to win this event.
Yeah, I mean, I do come to win every event I do, but
can you sum it up? Rhys, you know what? Go and get your medal. Go and get your medal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you know what? That does sum it up perfectly. You don't need to speak, dear, when you've given everything, and there's so much pressure on him. And like we said, he has been up and down, and there was so much relying on this moment. And, you know, Rhys, I'm sure, would be the first to say that he's put pressure on himself, and he's come out and he's managed to deliver under extreme circumstances, and he's brilliant. I mean, absolutely superb. I'm going to bring Max in, if I can, as a 3-time world champion. Max, what did you make of this performance here today?
It was incredible. I think the whole pommel final, I think the history that's been made today, you know, with the nations that have never been in those positions before, is incredible. Rhys done an amazing job, and you can see how much that means to him. A clean routine under that pressure, like I said, under a difficult year that he's had. He's pulled through when it mattered, and yeah, he thoroughly deserves that.
Yeah, and you talk about the mix of nations and the mix of ages as well in this. I mean, you know, we said at the beginning, 38 years old, it gives you hope, but I tell you what, Merdinyan has still got it.
Oh, 100%. I think that's amazing. Seeing that, I think that shows a lot for a lot of gymnasts. It shows a lot to me. I'm sitting up here feeling actually really motivated.
Are you?
I think a lot by that. I think, you know, if you can perform at that level, the age of 38 years old, come out of a world medal, world final, world medal, I think that is absolutely incredible. I think that's unbelievably impressive. So yeah, credit to every single one of those gymnasts in there.
Yeah, and Abu Al-Soud as well. It's first time Jordan's been in the pommel final, and he comes in and wins a medal.
And that'll be huge for his country, for the sport in his country, for young gymnasts. Seeing that, they will believe what's possible. You'll see a lot, I'm sure you'll see in many years to come now, a lot more pommel workers from his nation, from Jordan, you know, really pushing the boundaries, because they've seen him do this. And
have you seen him do this before? I mean, we were saying, where's he come from? Have you seen this gymnast before?
No, I haven't. I think that's what's amazing about sport. People pop out the woodworks, and you know, one thing you can never do is underestimate anybody. And that final is a complete proof of that. People come out the woodworks, whether young, whether they're older. That's proof that anybody can win. Anybody can come top placed on any stage. Anything's possible.
Yeah. So in all seriousness, then, it has given you the motivation to keep going. I know you're in the gym at the moment, so it's game on, is it, Max Whitlock?
100% it's given me the motivation. I think that watching that was inspiring. So I'm looking forward to kind of hopefully being down there with the boys, with the guys, and the team next time.
Yeah, well, it was just incredible to see the emotion actually from Rhys afterwards. Obviously, Miriam was down there trying to speak to him, and he was just in tears.
Yeah, I think it's been a long journey for him trying to get there, and what you mentioned, I think, was spot on when you said about he would probably admit himself in terms of how much pressure he's put on himself, the added pressure that he's put on himself through the years. So, you know, to perform it now, it will kind of be even more rewarding and even more kind of shocking because of the build-up towards it. So, you know, it will take a while for this to settle, but his job done now. He's done an amazing job here at the Worlds. He's done what he needed to do. Now he'll go back to the training gym and see where he can push it.
Yeah. Great, well, the countdown is on, Max, because we're going to move on to the women's bars now. And Beth, I'm sure you're up there as well as double world champion on bars back in 2006 and 2010. You know, you're watching. Has it inspired you to get back in the game?
Absolutely not. I'm quite happy to sit and watch them.
Well, Andrade is out, all-around world champion herself. She qualified 3rd. Charlize Jones as well. There's a lot of quality here. Naomi Visser as well, Beth. I mean, goodness me, she's going to be alongside Nina Derwell, who's coming out very shortly, Olympic champion, 2 times world champion, 2 times European champion. There's a quality field here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic bar final. I mean, to see Nina back, she took a bit of time out, did Dancing with the Stars. Ellie, who's walking out now, she's been in numerous Olympic, World, European finals, won medals, so she knows what it takes. But this is the one that's obviously been the champion over the past few years and took that Olympic title last year. But the Chinese are always ones to look for.
Well, earlier on, Max did us a lovely guide to the pommel horse, and Beth's been up kind of on the apparatus as well. Here's Beth's guide to the uneven bars.
Hi, I'm Beth Tuddle, and here's some things you may not have known about the uneven bars. I'm joined by special guest and world silver medalist, Georgia May Fenton. Fun fact for you, the bars are the highest they've ever been. Both rails have been raised by 5 centimetres. Every gymnast will prepare their hands differently. Some will wear handguards, some don't. They will use the chalk that is in the chalk bin to make their hands as grippy as they need.
Most gymnasts will use chalk, but I like to use water as well to spray the bar. I think it makes it a bit more grippy. I do spray, then chalk, a little bit of spray, and then more chalk again. I use handguards. I use a buckle and a strap, mainly because I think it's cool. When I was like 15, I wanted to make my handguards look a bit different.
Every gymnast will have the bars at different tension. To change the tension, you release this, and then you can change the screw here, and then close that back down.
I have completely different tension to everybody else. I just prefer the bars that way. I feel like I've got more control and I can work through my routine a bit easier when they are tighter. We have a tension gauge, I think it's called, something that you sort of clip onto the bars, and it gives certain numbers as to how bouncy or how tight the tension is. So my numbers will be higher compared to everyone else's, and everyone else's will be lower.
When I was training, we didn't have the pressure gauge, so I used to literally have to get my fingers and work out the difference between the bolt and the screw to work out. That's how I knew I had the right tension. Everyone likes to prepare the bars differently. You'll see some gymnasts are using water sprays. They'll spray the top bar and the low bar. That is to make it grippier. Some gymnasts also choose to use honey. It is all down to individual preference. A lot of the gymnasts like to visualise prior to their routine, so you may see them standing there with their eyes closed or talking themselves through their routines. Depending on the composition of a gymnast routine, you can either start your routine from this side, the middle, or that side of the bars. You also have the option to use the springboard.
You'll work with your coaches and decide what the best 8 skills are that you will do, and that will then depend what side of the bar you start on.
Well, now we all know what we're looking for. We can enjoy a little bit of the warm-up. So the top 4. Sanne Weerman just chalking up Naomi Visser. She'll be 3rd up. So we're going to start with Rebecca Andrade, then we'll have Charlize Jones, then Naomi Visser, and then Sanne Weerman. Then there'll be another little warm-up, and then we'll have the other 4. So we're still warming up here, just changing the tension of the bars, which we heard Beth and Georgia May Fenton talking about there. So we've got to wait until the last gymnast to go, Chris, before the highest qualifier comes out, Lou Rue. But as Beth was saying earlier on, you know, you've obviously got to wait for, oh goodness me, got to wait for the Chinese to go, because you can never discount them.
No, well, China were the top qualifiers as a team on the uneven bars. They're really, you know, renowned as the experts on the uneven bars, but as with all their gymnastics, they're very inconsistent as well. So they can either be brilliant or fall 2 or 3 times. But we've got a very good field here. We've got the current Olympic champion and gymnasts with a lot of experience.
We have the 3 medalists, the gold, silver and bronze from the last World Championships, all back to fight it out again. And we've seen some incredible quality, Craig, throughout these finals, and now it's the turn of the specialists, the individuals that have come out, the top 8 qualifiers from the qualifying round on the first day of competition. And pressure's really on, isn't it, in that qualification round to get yourself a place in these finals.
It is, and also there's a big weight from qualification into the final, and the pressure then just to come out and deliver. You've got Nina Derwell, who's the Olympic champion, who's sort of qualified, been waiting for 4 days. We watched the warm-up. It was interesting watching the warm-up because you can see Rebecca Andrade there. She came out and performed a full routine quite easily, and then you had some of the gymnasts just do a few skills. So it is really an individual approach to these performers, don't you think, Chris?
Yeah, it is, and you know, somebody like Andrade, she's competed, this is her 4th time of competing on the bars, whereas Nina Derwell's just been once. It's a different championships, depending on how you're playing it, whether you're working with the team, working all the way round.
Well, here we go then with the all-around gold medalist. She's also in the beam and floor finals, Rebecca Andrade, on a silver at last year's World Championships on the uneven bars. And she is ready and set. Here we go then, at the World Uneven Bars final.
And she hits that beautiful handstand line, lovely uprising to the Stalder full, and she's made a mistake right at the beginning. That's the interesting thing, Craig. We watched her whack through this bar routine like it was second nature. It didn't take anything, and yet she's still come out and immediately made an error. That should have been a full pirouette. And I think she's just going to try and do it again. Hold the Stalder in longer. There's the full pirouette into the pike. Stalder Kachev, fabulous combination, everything linked together. Nice half turn. Beautifully high Jaeger salto, handstand half turn, into the dismount. I mean, it was a beautiful routine, but unfortunately it was her second try.
Well, it makes you wonder what's gone on there, because I bet you she warmed up, you know, quite heavily in the warm-up, Jin. She came out, she knew she was first up, so she just sort of banged through it, and then she had a very, very long wait before her routine started, which she was looking around quite a bit. She seemed a little confused of when to go.
Well, it is quite a difficult skill there, because you do the full pirouette and she goes immediately into a release and catch, and when she performed it afterwards, she just pushed her feet further over the bar, which made her a little bit late and had to retrieve, and she realised if she's going to take the bar title or a medal, you have to go to as near perfect as possible. I mean, she's not going to stop smiling because she's the world champion.
But that opens the door quite a lot. She's been consistently near the top on uneven bars.
And it sets the tone for this final. We saw the men's pommel horse, the 2 first competitors took a fall. Well, what does this mean for Shilese Jones?
Well, she is the only gymnast from USA in this uneven bars final. It's not their more renowned piece. She doesn't have the highest start score, but she is very classy.
Another chance to see a little bit more of Rebecca Andrade, the all-round title the other day. There's no doubt about it, she's absolutely superb, but just that start. She did it again to prove she could do it. She's been on the cover of Brazilian Vogue. She's She's done wonders for the sport in Brazil. But a 12.8 will not be enough this year. But she'll be back. Here comes Charlize Jones, 20 years old, the US national champion on uneven bars. And she was just behind Rebecca Andrade in the all-round final. So here's her chance for gold, or to go above her.
All these gymnasts can hit a beautiful handstand. She's done her full pirouette early. Little separation of the legs on the backswing, but very nicely into the Kachev. Here comes the links, full turn, big pike Kachev, immediately down to the low bar, back up to the high bar. Big bonuses for all those skills. The half turn, the forward element, in we go to the double front. Wow, she swung that beautifully.
It was beautiful, it really was. Is it a world-class performance? Well, there's 6 more gymnasts to go in this final. She went all out there, she really did.
Yeah, she didn't have many empty swings, and that's what you're looking for, to try and connect these skills. This is a very difficult skill, to do the backward swing and then generate enough power to do the Kachev. That's like a back straddle over the bar, straight there, you can see, into the upstart. Look, you get another view. And she does a very difficult dismount, double front, so you've got the blind landing. Got to really know where you are, kick out at the right time. There you go, stalled her into the Kachev. Immediately pack salto down to the low bar, immediately shap half turn to the top bar. Great work. Good chance of a medal. What do you reckon, Chris?
Yes, I think so. There's just a couple of little bits. You know, the dismount, the knees are quite cowboy. She takes a little hop. If somebody goes absolutely flat clean with no deductions, they could beat her, but she's going, this will be a score that they have to work hard to beat.
Unbelievably, Charlize had a car accident a couple of years ago and fractured her back. And she broke a foot. Unbelievable. 14.766 for Charlize Jones. That's the score to beat.
It's a good score, and the others will have to be very good to beat that.
Notice she upped to difficulty .1 as well, so she must have got one of the connections.
Naomi Visser is next. Another gymnast that's in the floor final as well. Indication of what she's capable of there. You can see a qualification score of 14.4. This is a 6 difficulty. So a little bit easier than Charlize Jones's.
Very elegant gymnast. She always gets... Oh, but she went straight over there. I was just about to say she always gets the top marks for execution. But, oh my gosh, they're going to go right the way through from the beginning again. Well, you only have 30 seconds to remount, so they need to get moving.
Board's in place, and off she goes.
Now, she needs to hit the handstand. She does that beautifully. Into the big Kachev with half turn, down to the low bar with a half turn. Stalder full. Into the Stalder shap. She can only use that straddle entrance 3 times. She's using the stoop entrance now. The toes going on and off. Lovely smooth full pirouette. Into the full twisting double back dismount. It's got a lovely swing to it, that routine.
Well, I think it was a good decision to go right back. I know it was a bit of a rush to get things going, but as you were saying before with Andrade, just to sort of go through the whole motion of the routine is something sometimes easier, especially if you're starting on the top bar, Chris.
Yes, it is, and you know, gymnasts become very fixated by the order they do moves in, and perhaps it would be she would feel unsettled if she didn't do it from the mount. I mean, as a coach, you try and persuade them not to be like that, because it can well, mean you have to do things like this.
Yeah, but the rest of the routine, I was going to say there, that's very difficult. Katchev with the half turn, and then transferring down to the low bar. And she's got an absolute fantastic line, and she works the bars so well. A little hesitation there, but into the handstand. And not often you see them on the backswing to keep the legs fixed together. There you go, that's the connection straight down, not having to take an extra swing. And for me, she has one of the best dismounts, I think, off the bars. She really does lift it up. First somersault, drops the shoulder, knees locked together, into the full twist.
Actually, do you know, it's going to be interesting with the same kind of break in their routines, how well that rates against Andrade, who scored a 12.8.
It will indeed. But for sure, Charlize Jones is going to stay at the leaderboard at the moment.
Yep. So that score of 14.766 leads the field. There's only 2 gymnasts gone. Andrade, she had a bit of a disaster as well. That's a 12.8 for her. Will Visser's be higher than Andrade's? It is a 13.233 for Naomi Visser. 5 more gymnasts left to go in this final. 1 more till the break for warm-up for the second half. Sanne Veerman of Netherlands. She was in the European final back in 2019, been a little bit quiet since, but she's got a 6-3 difficulty, so she could challenge here.
Immediate hop into the high. Jaeger doesn't quite have that same line in handstand as some of the other gymnasts, but that was a lovely flighted catch over immediate pack salto. She took the upstart handstand before the shap, but that was a very nice full twisting pack. Sometimes they're a little offline, but that was excellent. Very good shap half. She's swinging well, she's swinging with lots of energy. Full twisting double back, just a little hop. As I said, she didn't hit quite the pure handstand line, but it was a routine with energy.
It was. And I think she knows what you're talking about with the handstands, Chris, because she's thinking, I know what could have been there. But I tell you what, all you can do is go up and get through it, and so far, only 2 gymnasts have.
Well, I'm going to say, for now, it should take her into second place. Another routine that's got lots of difficulty. Very favoured the solder into the pike Katchev. Immediately transfers down to the low bar. The back somersault or the pack salto. And that, very original work. Back somersault with a full twist. That's just the handstand, a little bit short on. She did so well actually to bring that under control, Chris, because it was a little bit close to the low bar, so she did well to catch and push out.
She did, but it was a lot better than some of the others. You often see them lose a lot of direction on that move.
Sanne Veerman then 20 years old, just awaiting her score. It will not threaten Charlize Jones, who leads the competition on 14.766. Just making sure they've got every single 10th there. It's 14.166. It's down on a qualification score. But it's 0.6 behind Charlize Jones, who leads this final for the US, and the only US gymnast here. So the next 4 will hop up and have a few minutes of warm-up, get a bit of time each just to make sure that the bars are the right distance from each other. But as it stands, Charlize Jones leads. Sanne Veerman and Naomi Visser. And Beth, let's have a look through, shall we, at Charlize Jones's routine. If you could just talk us through this and the bits that you were impressed with here.
Yeah, this was a fantastic routine. The whole routine has got great amplitude, great class. All of the release and catches have got a lot of height. She's catching at arm's length, so there's very little deduction. Nice lines on the handstand. And there you could see a real arm stretch to catch her releases. Thing is with this routine, every single skill is connected. That's where she's got less deductions because the execution's so high. When myself and Max are discussing the dismount, she literally finishes the double front as she's at the same height as the high bar. So she's got plenty of time to open out and look for that landing on the dismount. So that routine was very classy, 2/10 above her qualification score, and she also upped the difficulty by 0.1.
Yeah, a real shame for Andrade, but we just see the other gymnasts warming up here. There's somebody that will definitely challenge this. Olympic champion, 2 times world champion, 2 times European champion as well, Nina Derwell. She's 22 years old, and she's looking good, isn't she?
She is. I mean, it's always hard to take time out of the gym, and then you've got to get your skills back, and then you've obviously got to get the fitness to put a routine together. And she's got a very difficult routine, but she's very classy, long levers, and it just makes the skills look so stylish. So she's done great. She hasn't had much competition this year, but during qualification, the routine looked very strong.
Yeah, in qualification, she scored 14.7, so that wouldn't be enough to go ahead of Charlize Jones. So she's going to have to push it, yet she needs to try and stay relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, she's done so many finals now, and we've seen her perform under the biggest pressure. So I'm not concerned that she won't be able to handle the pressure.
Yeah, well, here is Wei Xiaoyang, who is back to try and retain her title. She scored a 14.733, which again wouldn't be enough, but she scored that in the team final. So this is going to be very, very close indeed. You know, these 4 big hitters that are coming up that can really challenge Charlize.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, normally it's kind of all spread out around the final, but the draw is done prior to the competition happening, and it just so happens that 3 of the top 4 are in this second group. So sometimes you can kind of say all the top qualifiers have already gone, but this time it's a case of wait until the last routine.
Are you surprised by the difficulty level that we're seeing here and the kind of routines that have been put together for this World Championships on bars?
No, I mean, I think the complexity of the routines, every gymnast has their own individual style. You see with the Chinese, they're putting the turns linked to the release and catch elements, but there has been some changes in the code of points, which has meant that you can only do the same entry a number of times, whereas some gymnasts were using the same skill over and over, just with different release and catches attached to it or different turns, but they've clamped down on that during this code of points. But the competition constructions of the routines are all very similar. They're trying to get the smallest amount of elements in the routine so that you're not on the bar too long. The longer you're on, the more deductions you're giving away to the judges. So the quicker you can get off the bar, the better. Yeah.
Well, I think the Chinese have just heard you say that, because now they're getting off the bars and clearing up, because we're going to move on. And I think we're getting ready for... Oh, no, I think there's one more warm-up, bit of time to go. Nina's going to have another little bit of warm-up.
I think, actually, the Dutch gymnast looks like they're helping the German gymnast chalk the bars.
Sights, yes.
Each country has the bar very different, and the Chinese do tend to have a lot less chalk, so I think they will have just been getting it ready because it obviously helps Ellie.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, stand by with the second half of this women's uneven bars world final, and Elizabeth Seitz, 29 years old, European bars champion. She got a bronze at the World Championships back in 2018. So we're set and ready, thanks to the Belgians. The bars are fully chalked. On we go then with the 5th competitor. Yeah, judges still not quite ready. There they are now, all set. So you can see the 14.4 that she scored in qualification would be enough to get her into the top 3 at this stage. It would put her into 2nd.
She starts with that huge Stalder combination of a Shap and then a Kachev. Now her forward element, sky-high Jaeger. She puts in so many releasing catches. Here's another one from the toe on, and she links it to the pack salto. All these flighted moves have got a value. The idea is to have the 8 most difficult you can do in full twist as well, and a beautiful dismount. That will be, I think, at least as good as her qualifying score.
Well, that is absolutely incredible stuff from Elizabeth Sykes. And I think it's her 10th World Championships, this. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible how long she's been on. She'll be having a little party with Merdinyan after this.
Only 20 years, 10 years between them. Yeah, that was fantastic, actually. And being first out in that 2nd group, you lose a bit of time in the warm-up because you don't really want to do too much. But she definitely does pack the difficulty in. Good extension there, the line in the handstand, the toe off into the stoop Kachev, big height. And feet and legs locked together as she transfers down to the low bar.
When you watch her in slow motion, there's not many moments when her feet aren't pointed and locked together. She's very tidy.
Yeah, I think that will go into 2nd place. That's where my money's going.
14.766 is the leader. 14.166 is the silver at the moment. Sanne Veerman of Netherlands.
Yes.
And Naomi Visser from Netherlands in 3rd. So what a moment for the Netherlands. Take a photo of the scoreboard with Netherlands 2 and 3 at the moment. The score is in, it's enough for 2nd as it stands. 14.366. With the Olympic and world champion next to go. So Nina Derwell, Olympic champion, 2 times world champion, 2 times European champion, and 2nd highest qualifier, hoping for a score over 14.766.
And that's a great first series. She's linked those 4 elements, 5th one, 6th one. Really haven't had to do an upstart. This is her first upstart handstand other than the very beginning one. Now the Shap half. She has lovely swing out of it. There's the full pirouette into the full twisting double back dismount. Very happy to be through that. She linked it all.
Very, very impressive stuff. She posted a 14.7 in qualification. She needs the score to be higher than that to try and retain and regain the world title. Can she do it, Chris?
I think she probably can. The dismount was a tiny bit close, but so was Charlize Jones' dismount close. And she really went for broke. She linked absolutely everything.
That was just a supremo performance. Watching her in the podium warm-up earlier, she just looked so confident on this piece of apparatus, in the zone, totally focused on her own performance, and that's what you have to do, and it's such a difficult routine. And she's got a great line in the handstand. Look at that. Stalder catch up with the half turn down to the low bar. That's what Christine was on about, transferring back to the high bar. Good bar work is all about getting rid of the free swings. There you go. Lots of other gymnasts will take an upstart and then the full turn immediately into the dismount, and maybe a little bit close But maybe we'll have our first 15 on bars.
Well, she's a difficulty score of 6.3 in qualification. It might have gone up a little bit from that.
Well, it's going to be very, very close indeed, this. 14.766 is the golden score at the moment. Zhao Yan next to go, current world champion. Nina Durwell has not done enough. 14.7. Shilese Jones is still in the lead by 0.066.
Well, it was the difficulty that let her down. She got the higher execution score, but not such a difficult routine.
We're Zhao Yan, fourth highest qualifier, but here to try and retain her world title. She did score 14.733 in the team final.
Lovely stoop full turn and stoop into shap. She's a tiny gymnast. She gets so much power out of the bar. Lovely shap and pack, and with a half turn into the full turn. She has another one of those, and then into the huge Jaeger somersault. Beautifully flighted, clean half turn. Here comes the dismount, up high, full twisting double straight. Oh, that is a big challenge.
That was very, very impressive. Absolutely superb stuff under extreme pressure with one to go, because her teammate, a 16-year-old who's coming up next, actually beat her in qualification. So, what score has Wei Zhaoyan just posted?
Well, like you say, 6.4. I have no idea where they're going to go with these scores, because I thought, you know, Durwell was going to score considerably higher than the 14.7. But this was good. And we often see the gymnasts from China a little bit hit and miss on this piece of apparatus, but there was no mistakes there. That was just superb gymnastics. Legs locked together, hit the handstands. Really love the inverted work towards the end of the routine. There you can see what she'll go. Sky high front somersault. That's the Jaeger somersault, and catching at good extension. And a huge dismount.
She winds up like the men, doesn't she, Craig, into this full twisting double straight.
Well, everybody's eyes are glued on this scoreboard, because depending on what happens with the next gymnast, Nina Durwell could be pushed off the medal podium. But this is going to challenge, there's no doubt about it. Shilese Jones doesn't look comfortable in that golden chair at the moment. It's going to be an anxious way. It's going to be very, very close indeed. It's a huge 14.966 for Wei Zhaoyan, who pushes Shilese Jones into second and Nina Durwell into third. One gymnast left, and she is the highest qualifier.
Yeah, she upped her difficulty, 0.2 more. She was a 6.6, massively difficult routine.
Well, Lu Ru is the highest qualifier. She took a bronze at the World Championships last year, but she's the Chinese bars champion this year. Could we see a 16-year-old world champion here? She's posted a 14.9 in qualification, so she's going to have to go better than that to beat a teammate. There's a lot riding on this final routine. in the women's uneven bars world final.
Launches herself at the bar. Look at this, lovely full turns. And another one. And look, oh, fantastic straight Jaeger, but she caught her feet. That will be a deduction. Lovely handstand line. Smooth in the shap. And the ginger. Really beautiful work. Here's the half turn. The 1.5 pirouette. Up into this dismount. She's winding it up. Full twisting double back. It's got such original work, but the hit of the feet is going to be costly.
Yeah, half a mark for hitting the apparatus. What a shame, but a hugely difficult routine. To do the Jaeger somersault, we often see it in the straddle or pike position, but going for the straight.
What a shame, goodness me.
I love the start though. This is skill in the invert position. She really does wind up. You can see there, just a little bit too close. And recovered quite well, actually.
Yeah, you can see the coach was standing there, so it's obviously a move that is quite fresh.
I thought she's obviously done it before, the way she worked out of it. You don't have very much margin for missing the bar. If you want to miss with your feet but catch with your hands.
Especially on the straight one, the pike, you can sort of whip your feet out at the last minute with the body shape and then reach for the bar. With the straight, you need so much more height above the bar. It certainly weren't going to first place. Where will it finish?
I don't, well, it can't go over 14.7, can it? Surely. So Derwell surely is bronze medalist here, with Charlize Jones looking like the silver.
That would be my guess. No, I mean, it's probably a marked deduction, really.
Yeah.
It was sufficiently a hard hit.
But a 0.2 gap between first and second. But such high difficulty for a 16-year-old to come out and really challenge the rest of the world. Look at the straight position. That's what she was so straight. I mean, it was beautifully executed until that point.
Really, really beautiful. Just the sort of textbook stuff. It's one of those every coach's favourite move, you know, because it's so pure.
And so difficult as well. I mean, the height you need another foot.
Yeah.
In comparison to drive that straight position. And the timing, there's hardly any room for error.
Well, Uru finishes on a 13.8, which drops her into 6th. All or nothing for that routine. But at 16 years old, what a career she's got ahead of her. If you fast forward to the likes of Elizabeth Sykes in this final, who at 29 years old is enjoying her 10th World Championships. But there is your 1, 2 and 3. Nina Derwell has had so many world titles, Olympic title and European titles to her name. She has to settle for bronze here. And it's a silver for Charlize Jones. But Wei Xiaoyang is the new uneven bars world champion.
I would say Alice. Alice? Me. Me. No, Ondine is Ondine. Maybe me. Either Jess or Jen. Probably me. George. Between Ondine and George, I think they'll get the music going and everyone joins in. George. 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 Me. George and May Fenton. She's the DJ. Me. Jessica. The twins. Jen and Jess. Jess or Jen. But sometimes Jen's late and I'm before her, so... I'd say George. George has got nice nails. Either me or George? Just me or Alice. I feel bad because I haven't said anything about Ondine.
Well, what a final. It had it all, and goodness me, up to that last performance, Beth, it was right down to the wire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was an incredible final to watch and so close. I mean, from qualification, there was only something like 4/10 between the top gymnasts, or top three, number 3 down to number 8. So it was always going to be close. We know bar finals usually down to that difficulty. So yeah, it's an interesting final.
Well, it was, and it was quite something for Weir to come up. I mean, she was trying to retain that title. There was a lot of pressure on her coming up. She's watched a lot of good gymnasts going first, which we'll get to Charlize in a second. But let's just have a look through Weir's routine and where she actually won it.
Yeah, this was a fantastic routine, and it's always harder to be the known gymnast. You have got the target on your back. Everyone wants to beat you. So as the world champion, reigning world champion, everyone will have been watching her. We've seen her being consistent throughout these competitions, but legs are locked together throughout every single skill they're doing. Here you can see the big turns, finishing in the handstand, straight into another turn, and a lovely release, catching at arm's length. So there's very little deduction for the gymnast, but myself and Max sat and watched that routine and said straight away, that's the one.
That's the one. Well, she was down in qualification, so she came into this in 4th place, but she did kind of replicate the same performance that she put in for the team. So did the job. Wasn't the same for her teammate, Cummer, just 16 years old, glassed up, and I think she thought to herself, I've got this.
Yeah, I mean, again, she came in as that top qualifier, and it's just that added pressure. She'd come into this competition very unknown, so you can just go about your job, whereas actually when you're the top qualifier, everyone's chasing you, and to do it on a stage where the whole stadium is watching you. Myself and Max were discussing it. During a team competition or an all-around competition, even if you're the only person performing, it doesn't feel quite the same. But when you're in that individual final, there's nothing else going on. Everyone is waiting for you. They're watching every single thing that you're doing.
Yeah, and really sort of Nina Derwell has kind of picked up the baton from you, really, Beth, to be honest. But she, you know, she's got all these titles to her name, World, European, Olympic and what have you. And I mean, to me, I mean, what so beautifully executed this routine, and tough to challenge, really, if you're going to build your difficulty even more.
Yeah, it's a very clever constructed routine. She literally has the upstart handstand at the beginning of the routine, one in the middle, and then obviously this last one. Other than that, every single skill connects. The dismount was a little bit pulled on the bar, and we do normally see her nail that dismount. So there was just little tense here and there, but that's bound to happen when you've taken time out of the gym. Having been Olympic champion, she's had lots of opportunities in her home country, done Dancing with the Stars, started to train again, so she hasn't had the number of competitions to get kind of competition ready.
What did you learn from that, Max? Hearing that she's taken a break and come back, but it's amazing that she's in a world final and manages to get those skills back. I mean, for you, how long is it, or how's it going, getting the skills back, I should say?
Do you know what, good at the moment? I think for me, I'm loving being in. I think it's impressive when you see gymnasts take time out, come back in, get the skills back, get the routines back, the fitness, everything that comes along with it. So for me personally, I think the mindset is the most important thing, and for me, enjoying it, I'm getting all my skills back, building my routine, and hopefully be ready.
And it gives you a different perspective. I mean, it will do for Nina as well. When you come back, you realise why you're doing it, and you find a love for it, and I guess you put a lot into context while you are on that break.
100%. I think as an athlete, and if you do something for so long, it becomes not kind of just what you do, but who you are, and it becomes your identity. And when it becomes that, you don't really take time off to really actually sit back and reflect. So when you do have that time, yeah, you can sit back, reflect, and then think about, you know, how you move forward. And if you can come back re-energized and refreshed, then that's a great thing.
Yeah. And it was interesting, I was hearing Charlize Jones talking ahead of this Worlds, which she got the silver here. But yet she was saying that because of the way lockdown had fitted in, it almost felt like they'd have this break from international competition. She was so ready. And now this is her real opportunity to show the world what she can do. She was second up and then posted that 14.7 that was that benchmark. But she's very impressive, Max.
I think hugely impressive. Am I right in saying it's college? She goes for the college system. Is that right, Bev?
I don't think she is.
Oh, okay.
Jade and Jordan, I think. But I could be wrong.
Yeah. But what an amazing. I think what we're seeing throughout this world is something new with you know, a lot of almost unexperienced gymnasts in the grand scheme of things, so where we're seeing a lot of mistakes. So there's a lot of different factors why there might be these mistakes happening. Yeah. But to go up after mistakes, perform your routine the way it does, and perform her routine the way she did, is always impressive, because sometimes you do see a snowball effect when falls happen, mistakes happen. So to kind of break that, do your routine clean, and kind of set that standard, yeah, that was amazing.
Are you surprised there wasn't more of two US gymnasts in that bars final? Because Charlize had quite a lot of expectation on her shoulders from the US perspective.
Yeah, they had different strengths here, I think. Jade, obviously very powerful. Lauren Bolter, Jordan, very powerful.
Yeah.
Didn't quite make the all-around because had the mistakes in beam qualification. She was their bar worker, so I think they knew coming into this she was the one that was going to bring home the bar medal if there was going to be someone.
Well, it's time to welcome the strong men into the arena now, because Max, all attention, certainly from a British perspective, is going to be on Courtney Tulloch. He'll be out in a second. And we were revving it up earlier on. We were wondering, is this the time for Courtney Tulloch to become the first medalist at world level for Great Britain? And he's a top qualifier. Three of them share that top spot, but he's in with a good shout amongst this.
100%. I think when you say three of them share that top spot, I think that shows how close ring finals can be.
Yeah.
You know, Courtney he has got a huge amount of experience under his belt. He really, really has. He's got European medals, Commonwealth gold. So this year has been amazing for him as well. This is his chance to really, really show what he can do on the world stage, and he has every single opportunity. I hope he can do it. Yeah,
and he knows a lot of these lads as well, because he's been on the circuit for a long time. So it's not like he's going to be daunted by the company. He fits in well, and Max, here he comes. So let's hear the teammate assessment. How's he looking?
There he is. Look at it. I think he's looking calm, looking confident. Look, he knows what he's doing, and like you say, he will feel comfortable in this environment. He's been in many times. He knows how to do it. He's been working so hard in the gym.
As you know, because he's now training at your gym.
Yeah, he has. So he's been working with Scott, he's been working with Anthony Wise as well. They've been working really hard and trying to improve his kind of, you know, second half of that routine. The dismount is so important when it comes to rings. I can't even explain it, how much it is important. So if he nails his routine, like he has done millions of times, he needs to go for that dismount 100%.
Yeah. Well, I really think that this home crowd is going to help. It's going to be a brilliant support for something like rings, because you need all of that adrenaline. You need the blood pumping to the muscles. And this is it. We're so excited for this one. So let's hear about the British strongman who's looking to become Great Britain's first ever rings medalist, Courtney Tulloch.
So the rings gymnasts about to come into the arena. Is this the moment Courtney Tulloch's been waiting for? Everything crossed up here.
Yes, I think it might be the moment, Craig. It could. I mean, it's a medal. It may not, who knows what colour it will be, but Courtney. Been doing all around and all of that sort of stuff. He turns up, he does his rings, he does vault brilliantly. Launched Great Britain to get that qualification, get that team medal. Unbelievably, Max pointed out, I hadn't realised this, it was actually Courtney's first world medal actually in that team final. He's been around the block for so long. and it just feels like it's all coming together for Courtney at these Worlds.
I agree, and he seemed to have improved from the team, from qualification into the team event, and the British lads didn't have such a great outing at the start, and it went to rings, and Courtney just seemed to settle the team and then put in a massive vault, and we thought he'd performed a better routine in the team event. And I think it's one of those pieces of apparatus where you really have to build your reputation around the world, and he's done that fantastically. I did think he scored exactly the same in the team event, 14.666, and we all thought he did a better routine. He's got 2 critical points in the routine for me. It's the Homma, the front somersault into the crucifix, if he can get into this nice and low, and then his dismount, which has always been a bit of a stumbling block in the past, and he nailed it the other day. I think if he gets that, we'll get a medal.
Obviously, Max, well, we're just looking at Courtney Tulloch here, but when you were back in the day when you were doing the all-around rings was part of the 6 pieces that you would be doing. So the key then to a good rings routine, and what do you think is going to win this world final?
I always talk about the dismount. It's making sure you get whatever you're doing on the rings, the swinging elements, the strength elements. I think rings is about making it the impossible look easy. What these guys are doing takes many, many years of practice. And, you know, all these guys know what they're doing, and they wouldn't be here if they didn't. But it's making sure every position is held for long enough, of course it is. Making sure every position is solid in the right bit, not too high, not too low. But again, you know, solid positions in the handstands all the way through to the dismount. You can literally take it down to there. Whoever does a step, you know, 1 to 3 tenths is huge when it comes to rings.
And also the timing is key as well, because, you know, they call the still rings, but these things swing about if you get the timing wrong. So you've got to keep an eye out for it's called the bail, isn't it, where you go down from the handstand, and the timing of when you do that to try and stop any swing on the rings is key.
100%, because any momentum built on the rings, you get deduction every single swing of that. So keeping the rings as still as possible, you're 100%, you have to kind of manage that and get that right every single time. It will be interesting, a close final, I can guarantee it.
Well, listen, I know you're a good friend of Courtney, so all the best. It's going to be a real nail biter, this one. An arm tingler, well, nail biter for us and an arm tingler from those that are competing. So
fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's settle in then and enjoy this men's rings final. Courtney's 6th up, so there'll be a warm-up before he starts, but we're going to start with Arta Aventesian from Armenia. Heavily taped shoulders. He's just been outside the medals at the Europeans. He's going to start with potentially a 5.9 difficulty. That's what he posted in qualification, so we'll see if he ups that. So first competitor from Armenia, getting a grip, and we're ready to go. World final of the men's rings.
Straight into circle round into the top plunge position. Connects into the Maltese. Into the crucifix. Now, gymnasts are only allowed to connect 3 strength elements at any one time, so he'll have to swing straight up to the handstand. That's a good body shape, looking for a nice straight line from fingers to toes. Double front somersault, swinging into the Maltese. You can see the strain there. Takes every ounce of energy. Again, back up rise into the crucifix. Another one of the requirements, gymnasts have to swing into a strength position. Hitting the requirements is not generally an issue for the finalists. It's about hitting the correct position, as Max said. Going well so far. Full twist in the dismount. That's a good solid opener.
That's the definition of how you nail a dismount on rings. And he did have a bit of a swing on as well, so his timing was absolutely superb. But a strong start, quite literally, in this men's World Rings final. 24 years old. He's the 7th highest qualifier.
Well, he made all of this strength work look if not easy, certainly doable, didn't he? It didn't look a huge strain. Look at that shape, absolutely parallel to the floor. And again, the judges really can't find too much to take off that sort of body shape. Just a little bit of an arch in the back. But this dismount was really well controlled. Met the floor perfectly.
So let's have a look and see what the first score in this final is. The golden benchmark. It's a 14-6. It's a big, big score. First out the traps. When you think that the highest qualifying score was 14.666.
It's going to be close.
With a second Armenian gymnast, Tam. He's had a European silver and a bronze, and he was in this rings final at the World Championships back in 2018. But yeah, Avantesian upped his difficulty, so his teammate leads then on 14.6.
This gymnast doesn't look a traditionally strong ring worker, but he is immensely strong. Flat in the crucifix. Oh, and straight into a Maltese. Switch the handstand. Just a little bit of adjustment there in the elbows. Needs to lock out. But that was good, precise work. And again, another crucifix, releases his grip on the rings. Just don't get any more bonus points for that, but it just proves the amount of strength they have in the top planche. A little bit high for me. Gonna lock the arms out. Great dismount. Another good routine. This has got to be tight.
Quality. Quality is the only word you can use to describe the first two, Chris, that have come out.
Yeah, and I loved his body shape in the dismount. It was really superb. The only thing for me, this gymnast doesn't show a good handstand shape. He has a shoulder angle and an arch back, both of which I would have thought Craig would have been deductible.
Yeah, and he has a little bit of a flex in his arms, but I don't know if that's just the way his arms are naturally, but you're right, you really need the straight position in the handstand. There's no problem at all with these positions. You look on the side there, and we look about no deviation between the shoulders. You move from one strength position to the other. That is what he's excellent at.
Unbelievable flatness.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like he's lying on the floor, but he's suspended in midair.
And that shape in the dismount was beautiful. Quite often they're a bit more piked than that.
And he's 34 years of age.
What a championship.
Yes.
There's hope for us all, Craig.
Oh, I'm well past that. I need more than hope.
14.6 then, his teammate has posted. How close can he get to that? And what challenge can he set for those that are going to follow? 6 to come. This the top 8 from qualification. Adam Ezel will be up after Yu Hao. It's the stamina to get through and to maintain those strength positions after, you know, the first couple. He's got to imagine. 14.533. It's not enough to go ahead of his teammate, but it's still a big score here in this final.
It's right up there, isn't it?
Huge.
Less than 0.1 difference.
Yep. There's going to be tense between first and 8th. Yu Hao, 30 years old. Olympic silver medalist, world silver medalist back in 2015. He got a third the year before that. He's never had world gold. He posted a 6.5 difficulty. So this would be the hardest routine so far in this final.
Oh, and that's a very dynamic start. That's the ballad in. Pressing down, up into the top planche. Again, swing to strength. Perfect position. But he'll have to swing. Up into the handstand. Oh, and that's lovely, the double back somersault in the layout position. And rotates easily round into a crucifix. Presses up to a Maltese. You can see the strain in his face. He's got to save a bit for his dismount. Oh, and that's great control. The front somersault into the crucifix. This is absolutely jam-packed with difficulty. It'll all be down to the dismount. And it's a double twisting, double straight. What a shame. I was going to say this is a routine to beat, but it'll still score very well.
Well, that was absolutely phenomenal stuff. All the way up to the dismount, which, oh, goodness me, that's going to, well, potentially knock him off the podium, but I don't think we'll see a harder routine, Chris, than that.
No, I don't think so, but the dismount, it will really be at least a 0.3. It was a large step, wasn't it? It was a good save. Beautiful stretched feet. That was in real time, that. I like this section as well. Mostly we see the gymnast doing the double front somersaults, but the layout backwards was very impressive. So up goes the swing, 2 twists in that double straight. Yeah, at least a 0.3 maybe.
I sometimes wonder, when you're so far ahead on difficulty and you choose such a difficult dismount, he could have done a full twist there easily and stuck it and still had one of their most difficult routines.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll be a 0.5, I would think, on the dismount.
Well,
what a shame.
It's going to cost him a world medal, that.
I'll have to agree with you there, Matt.
Well, his D score in qualification was 6.5.
Yeah.
So higher than anyone else, but that was probably off the back of doing that dismount. He probably would be 0.2 lower.
It'd be interesting to see if anybody ups the difficulty to try and match that, but I don't know if anyone's got the skill set to do it.
It's always a difficult dismount to do, and especially at the end of the routine, because it's such a strength-sapping apparatus. And you really need to be focused on the dismount and save a bit. He didn't run out of steam, he just over-rotated.
No, you could see his coach saying you just kicked over too far rather than up into the dismount.
14.6. He's joint leader at the moment.
With a 6.7 D score.
Well, I say he's joint leader. He's dropped down because his Avian Tessian, who from Armenia, has a higher execution score, so he's gone above him. Yeah, 8.6 for execution for the Armenian and 7.9 for Yuhao. So, Adam Azel here. Just watch this start, Craig.
Yeah, for me, I think it starts a little bit high. The gymnasts have to be in a complete vertical hang. But this gymnast is immensely strong. Again, one of the top scores of qualification. That's good control. The swing into the inverted crucifix. And again, precise on the Maltese. He'll circle into the crucifix. Interesting, the gymnasts from Turkey had a fantastic European Championships, but not just done as well in the Europeans. None of the gymnasts went in the all-round competition. So focusing on the finals. That's a nice handstand shape. He's got enough strength to turn the rings out. We're down to the dismount. Double twisting, double back, he nails it. Well, that is going to really contest the title.
Well, he's absolutely smashed that, he really has. He's sat out of the all-around competition, so he's fresh. He qualified with the second highest score. Well, Adam Ezel of Turkey could well have just got himself a world medal there.
Absolutely delight in the camp here. Like you both have said, so much of it depends on the dismount. Well, if you're going to win the dismount competition, he's done that.
So far, so very, very impressive. Kolak, back in 2019, his teammate, he took a gold for Turkey. Can he match that? Well, so far, Tessian leads on 14-6 on the execution. Yu Hao, 14-6, same, but up on the difficulty, down on the execution, and execution always wins out. But if Armenia could get a medal here, I mean, that would be their first ever in a rings final.
Well, the absolute delight. I think you have to have so much pent-up emotion to perform those strength elements, to really discipline yourself to do that. The release when you finish is enormous.
To be honest, the amount of energy it takes, I'm surprised these guys have got any energy left when they land.
Well, that's the top four done. There's going to be 14.933. It's a huge score for Adam Ezel. 14.933 is going to be incredibly difficult for anyone to beat. He didn't give a tenth on that dismount. Well, what a shock.
Well, we knew he had it in him. I mean, one of the top scores, qualification, joint. And it's just that landing impression. I'm still not convinced on the start. I think that should pick up a bigger penalty for that skill, but obviously the rest of the routine was pretty good. He had a bit high on the inverted crucifix, but yeah, that's the one to beat.
Well, you could see the emotion in his face when he landed, Chris. I think he knew it was going to be big.
Yeah, he did. He knew it was a good score. And, you know, his execution score is the top there. That's the difference.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Zhu Jingwang, you can see there, just disappeared off the podium. He did get a very big score in the team final. He scored a 14.866. So he can challenge that. Courtney's going to have to go some to join this party, I tell you.
You're absolutely right.
Courtney's up now on rings, just warming up. There's a bit of a break here, but yeah, Max, we're just watching Courtney gently just, you know, warming up the shoulders and finding his balance. So yeah, this was phenomenal. And obviously he's seen that go up. So let's just look at Adam Ezel's routine again.
Incredible performance. Like when I said this final will be close, you can see by those first, you know, those scores there. Obviously the 14.9 is huge, but this routine here was incredible. Incredible routine, and we knew he was a strong contender. But if you notice, I said about, you know, every position is solid, every position is clean, the lines are perfect, it looks almost easy, but these skills are doing, every single skill is difficult. You know, it takes a long time to get these right, and these guys are every single one, they're solid. They really are.
Yeah, and the dismount, I mean, goodness me, he knew it was good as he was going through, and it was building all the way to the dismount. And then, I mean, you'll know yourself what it feels like. You see the floor, and it's in exactly the right position, and suddenly you just soak in that dismount, and you've nailed it.
The feeling is incredible, especially you've got to think about this, the strain that these muscles are under throughout this whole period of this whole rings routine, and trying to keep it as steady as possible to finish it. You can see the emotion to finish it like that. is incredible. And you can't even imagine what those arms are feeling like. So then to steady it and to really almost not control it, but to go for it. Go for that dismount all out, because that's what it takes, and to obviously nail it. You know, the chances are so slim sometimes when you're feeling that kind of drained.
Yeah, because you don't really know how much power you've got and how much to put in, so you just sort of hit and hope a little.
100%, and that's what it's all about, and that's why the reaction after when some of these ring guys land is what you see there. Because the relief is huge. We will see these next rings guys, including Courtney in there. It will be no different to that kind of first half in terms of, you know, the skill level, the difficulty level, but the execution as well will be up there, and it's just going to push these standings. It will be interesting to see how they do finish.
This challenge is getting harder and harder for Courtney. We've got a 14.933 and then two 14.6s already posted. Zhu Yingwang, Max, he's already posted a 14.866 in the team final. This is a big challenge.
It's a huge challenge, huge challenge. When you see a big score posted like that, a lot of gymnasts work in different ways. So whether he knows or not, if you do know, sometimes you can have pressure, but also some people can thrive under that pressure. So we'll see how he performs. Okay, so on we go with the last four in this men's ring finals at the Worlds. This is Zhu Yingwang, 24 years old.
Well, that's a very impressive start, and that's his skill. The Russian lever in the crucifix position. No problem there, backward rise into the straight leg top planche. Beautiful swinging elements, and brings it under control. Needs to get up to handstand at some point. Oh, and that is absolutely fantastic control from the crucifix as well. Presses into the Maltese. Up into the handstand. He needs to stick the dismount. Double twisting, double back. Ooh, and just that little step forward. It's the smallest of margins.
Oh, well, I never did. Courtney's going to be up next, but this is going to be close. It's going to be in and around that 14.6-ish again.
Yeah, the 0.1 little pace on landing, I think, is going to stop it being at the top spot.
Look at that move, though. Goodness me.
It looks almost undoable, doesn't it?
It does. It doesn't look real.
No, as though somebody's holding his feet up there. Such good control of the rings. I do like the swinging element that's come into the rings, as well as just the strength moves.
Well, I mean, the execution throughout was spectacular. And it's just that big step on the landing. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, he knew, didn't he? And then he looked to the ceiling as if to say, how did I manage to make a step?
Well, it may well still challenge for a medal, this.
Yeah.
Oh, it definitely will, because the rest of the routine was packed with difficulty.
Oh, look at it, it's huge. 14.866 with a step on landing. Wow.
He knew, actually, when he landed, that cost him the title.
Yes, yes. So, 14.933 is gold. 14.866 is silver. Next to hang the rings, Great Britain's hopeful Courtney Tulloch. This for Great Britain's first ever medal on rings. Courtney's been so brilliant throughout these World Championships. What can he do here?
Well, we've seen him around the last couple of days. He's certainly fired up. And look at that position. He's so precise at swinging the rings. Into the Maltese again. The swinging element locks into the handstand. Again, swing to strength. Not a flicker. Now, he's got this front somersault. That is the one he needed to get flat, and he did. Now, with a handstand to go and a dismount. If he sticks this, for me it'll be gold. Come on, Courtney. Full twisting dismount! Courtney Tulloch on the rings for Great Britain. Surely he's made history. What a routine.
Well, it was absolutely phenomenal from Courtney Tulloch. He is the ringmaster of Great Britain. And that surely is a world medal. But the question is it a gold one for Courtney? He's Great Britain's golden boy. Let's just hope it's a gold medal.
Absolutely fantastic, Courtney. He'd watched the tension rise. He knew what he had to do. He knew he had to be at his absolute best.
Well, oh my word, Courtney Tulloch.
The number of times we've seen him falter on the dismount, but I don't know what's happened. He seems to have got the hang of it now.
Well, all the strength elements were fantastic.
Even the Homna, the front somersault to crucifix, which had been a little bit high today, was as flat as a pancake. Look at that, bang, straight in.
This is going to be very, very close indeed. The golden score is 14.933, 14.866. Bear in mind, there's still 2 gymnasts left to go in this final.
Well, his difficulty score was a 6-1. The leaders have got 6-3. Has he managed to increase his difficulty that little bit? He's certainly improved his execution.
That was the routine of his life. Home crowd, absolutely superb. It all came right for him in that moment. Now it's in the hands of the judges. It's 14.733. He's in third. He's in third. Now, if it stays like this, it will be Great Britain's first ever medal on rings. There's 2 gymnasts left to go. Adam Azil leads the competition on 14.933. Zhu Yingwang, 14.866. Great Britain's Courtney Tulloch on 14.733. Kamamoto now of Japan. The best he's done here is a 14.5.
But he has a 6-4.
Huge difficulty. And if it comes off, well, who knows? 2 gymnasts left.
Another very strong, powerful start. Easily swinging into the top planche position. Difficult to control the inverted crucifix. Probably a 10th for the height of the shoulders. You need to get as flat as possible. Oh, that's nice. Huge strength there to control the double layout somersault between the rings. Oh, lovely swinging combination. Double pike front somersault up into the handstand. Again, another one. It'll depend to the dismount. Double twisting, double back. That step back was a good routine, but won't get into the top 3.
Well, it was a little bit of a scrappy dismount for me. Great routine, and he doesn't look like he's jumping off the podium, celebrating as if he felt it was his best. Super strength work. What do you think, Craig?
Yeah, I'd have to agree, Christine. Do you see there in the back, just a little bit soft there? I mean, he has some really good work, and you can see why he has the difficulty. 6.4, I mean, that takes an enormous amount of strength to control that dynamic swing into that position, then into the crucifix. If he'd have nailed his dismount, I think it would have been a different story.
I think there'd be a lot of upset people if that went over 14.733.
Well, for me, that's one of the travesties of this final so far. That ring score was very, very harsh.
Well, the score is in now, and it's 14.466. So Courtney Tulloch hangs on in there in third. One more gymnast left to go. Oh, she's got a hairband like you, Craig. Adam Ezel still leads this competition on 14.933. But last up is the strong man from the US, Donnell Wittenberg, 28 years old. He's the US rings champion. He's got a 6 difficulty.
Yes, a very popular gymnast, and again, another immensely strong. Oh, he presses there from the Maltese into the top planche position. Into the crucifix. Swings well into the handstand. And that's good swinging work. A little bit of a flicker into the Maltese. Again, swing into that top planche position. He's got a big dismount as well. Double twisting, double back in the straight position. Well, it was a great routine, but I don't think just sharp enough to challenge.
No, and I think it was down on the difficulty as well.
Well, in qualification, it was just a 6. I mean, Courtney was a 6-1. So I think it's going to be close.
Yeah. Goodness me, this is going to go right down to the wire. I think Courtney's done enough. I'm sure he has. But Wittenberg doing everything he can, just not quite matching the positions.
No, the shoulders are just a little bit high there, aren't they?
Yeah.
I would agree, Craig, actually. It didn't feel quite such a sharp routine. But
I wouldn't fancy telling him.
no. Perhaps not.
Huge dismount, though, actually.
And he did very well with just that tiny hop back.
So we wait to see confirmation of whether or not Courtney Tulloch is the first rings medalist at the World Championships for Great Britain. There's Donnell Wittenberg's score of 14.433. He's in 8th. So there is the new world champion, Adam Ezel of Turkey. He takes gold again for Turkey. They did that a few years ago, back in 2019. Kolak, the gold medalist. Su Jingyang of China, just 0.067 behind him in silver. But history has been made here in Liverpool, and Courtney Tulloch takes a bronze medalist and becomes Great Britain's first ever medalist on rings at the World Championships. He came to these World Championships with no world medals to his name. He's got a bronze in the team and a bronze on rings. Courtney Tulloch writes his name in the history books. Absolutely phenomenal rings final. Adam Azil on 14.933. So interestingly, Courtney matched the highest execution score of 8.633 with the winner, Adam Azil.
And that's great compliment to the work he's put in to improve his execution.
There's confirmation that the new men's rings world champion is Adam Azil. Zhu Jingyang of China takes silver. And Great Britain's Courtney Tulloch takes the bronze and makes history for British gymnastics. Well, there is the bronze medalist in action. Absolutely beautiful technique.
I'm going to say, I don't know what Courtney's going to be saying to himself. What does he have to do? Because for me, that was the best routine. I'm not just saying that because it's Courtney, it's from Great Britain. It was by far the best routine he's ever performed. He stuck the dismount. Adam Azil is a very strong gymnast, but the start for me is heavily deductible. Gymnasts have to start in a very vertical hang. And you can do a false grip where you can put your wrists round a little bit, but his coach lifts him, so he's got a bit of an advantage. You only need to look at the ballading, what he does online, how it's done properly. The Chinese gymnast did it properly, so for me, it's not sour grapes. I just feel like Courtney deserved to take the title, and I'm sure it'll create a lot of debate around. But absolutely fantastic, our first ever rings medal, proving that Courtney Tulloch is, you know, a world beater. Brilliant.
Well, quite rightly, Courtney Tulloch is doing a little lap of honour here, this home World Championships. We're going to try and catch a word from him. Oh, he's running off, quite rightly. Get the flag out, Courtney, go and do your little lap of honour. This is what you train so hard to do and work so hard for, and these lads have come out today and have been absolutely superb. To start with, Gianni started the day on floor and he landed on a gold medal. Gianni Regini Moran becoming Great Britain's first ever world champion on floor, and this is how he did it.
Onto the floor for Great Britain now with a real medal chance, Gianni Regini Moran.
Oh, great first tumble. Triple twisting double back. And then the double on the way back. So powerful, so stylish. Oh, he gets a very good series of 3 twists there. Adding the twists together builds the difficulty. Not only do the top 10 moves have difficulty ranking that are added together, but if you link them, you get bonuses. So we'll be really going for everything here. Oh, and that is a fabulous tumble, so deep into the routine. Double pike front half out. 2.5 twist. He's working fast and packing everything in. Here comes the big final tumble, the triple. Well, Gianni could not have done any better there. The smile says it all. Well done, Gianni.
Has he just tumbled himself onto the podium?
Well, I'm watching that with the world champion. How was that to watch it back, Gianni?
Yeah, I can't believe that was me.
Yeah, that is you, my friend. And you've got a gold medal around your neck at the World Championships.
Yeah, I know. It's I try not to watch too much of the routines before me. Obviously, I could hear from the crowd, you know, some of the gymnasts made the falls and stuff. And I was like, just land your tumbles.
Were you?
Land your tumbles and you'll come out with a good score. And that's what I went for, so.
Yeah. And how present were you during that? How much do you remember, or was it kind of just automatic pilot? We're going to have a look at your tumbles, because I'd love to hear it from your perspective. You're coming into this one here, what were you thinking, or you just go for it?
Well, the triple double, I used to compete it back when I was a junior, but I've only just put it back into the routine. And obviously in the team final, I stepped out the floor, took a big jump, and I was like, just try and control it a bit better. And again, it was landings. And sometimes when you're in that environment, you have a lot of adrenaline. So it was like trying to tell myself, right, nice and calm. And especially here, this tumble, it's so technical that I just had to tell myself, slow, control, and then push, land. So yeah, I'm talking to myself throughout the routine, but I'm so tunnel visioned in that moment that I don't really think about too much. I just try and talk to myself and get through it. So
I mean, it was funny, wasn't it, when you walked up there, massive scoreboard above your head, and I said to you, didn't I? I said that he's going to get a goal here. He's going to do this. Yeah. And is that what you were thinking, or were you trying to ignore the scores?
I see my score come out, and I was like, okay.
But before you went up, did you see? Because if you didn't, you know what you got in qualification, you knew it was a goal.
Yeah. So I seen a few of the scores, and I was like, I just need to land my tumbles. I can, if I do that, I can definitely get a medal. And it was never about obviously going for the gold. Obviously, I wanted the gold, but I was like, hit my routine, and I'll be guaranteed a medal. And then when my score came in, I was like, oh my God, this is like unreal.
Yeah.
And then obviously there was 2 gymnasts left, so I was like, I'm guaranteed a bronze medal. This is crazy. The next guy goes up, obviously score comes in, I was like, oh my God, silver. And it was then that feeling of, okay, I was really happy potentially, with a guaranteed silver, but I wanted that gold. And Hashimoto was last to go up, and he'd done a superb routine. And for me, it was like, please. I mean,
it's Hashimoto, for goodness sake.
I know. And obviously, you should be over the moon with a silver medal as it was, but I really wanted that gold. And I was so nervous for that score to come in that when it finally did come in, I was so relieved.
Yeah. Well, Gianni, Great Britain's first ever world medalist, gold medalist on the men's side, and it's you, man, and it's amazing. He's brilliant, isn't he, Jake? Jake Jarman's joined us as well, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, I mean, for you to watch that, what an inspiration for you. I mean, floor's one of your fortes too. Well, there's no reason why that can't be you.
Oh, honestly, seeing Gianni's performance today really inspires me. Knowing like the adversities that he's had to overcome, the injuries that he's had in the past, like, there's not a guy who deserves it more than Gianni, and I couldn't be happy for him.
Yeah. And huge congratulations to you, by the way, for the 5th place finish in the all-round competition. Reflecting, but how tired are you today after yesterday's competition?
Yeah, I'm pretty knackered, sore in places, but I'm more excited to know, like, I was really close to making a podium.
You were.
And it gives me a lot of hope for the next, the next few years of my career. I'm really hoping that I can push towards being on that podium someday.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't doubt that it'll happen, Max. I mean, you as well, being an all-rounder in your time, very successful.
I don't doubt it either. I think to go out there performing the way Jake did in the all-round, just holding his nerve all the way through to the last piece, almost not taking anything else in, but just almost seemed like you was completely focused on your job.
Yeah,
that's the most important thing. And you're still so young. You're still so young. There's so much more to give. So the 2-year kind of journey to Paris is hugely exciting for the whole team.
A big part, obviously, of that qualification as well for the Olympics, which you'll be there. You've certainly earned yourself a place. So let's just have a chat, shall we not, about Courtney Tulloch, who's just made history. You just keep making history all the time. Keep turning this camera and go, more history's been made. Just constantly making history, and Courtney Tulloch becoming the first ever gymnast from Great Britain to get a medal on rings.
Unbelievable. We knew he was capable of it. Going out there, delivering when the time comes is a different thing altogether. We was confident. He went in there, he looked calm, collected, going through his routine was unbelievable. To be honest, I completely, when Craig was discussing how perfect this routine was in terms of the best Courtney has ever done it, Gianni and Jake, I think they agree as well in terms of like the skill level, the way he executed it was the best he's ever done it. He is capable of 15s, that was his target score. Today wasn't to be, but it could have gone either way. But I think again it shows his potential and what he can do. But let's not take it away. He's a world medalist. He come in here, like you said as well, Matt, with 0 world medals of his own. Yeah. He's now walking away with 2, which is incredible.
Yeah. I mean, Craig was, has an issue with the start of Adam Azil's rings routine, and Courtney, he couldn't have done that routine any better than that and matched the winner for execution. It was superb, Gianni.
Yeah, it was incredible. I think, like Max said, you know, we were sat here watching, and we've seen Courtney obviously over the past few months and weeks training that routine, and there were certain points in that routine where I was like, that's the best he's ever done it. Yeah. He's not trained it like that before, and as you've seen from the rings final, everyone stuck those landings pretty much, and again it comes down to, you can have the best routine, but again you've got to land that dismount, and you know, that's something that Courtney's been working on quite a lot in the training gyms and stuff, so it was so great to see him be able to perform like that.
Well, let's hear from Courtney, because he's doing one of them interviews that when we keep shoving a microphone under your mouth when you won a medal. He's Courtney doing just one of them right now.
Courtney, a year ago at Worlds, you finished 8th and you said, one day I'm going to make it to that podium. Today is one day. Today is that day.
Wow, I'm just so happy, so grateful. Thank you to my club and my coach for getting me here, because I remember that day a year ago at the Worlds, I was really in a sad place. I just felt like it wasn't coming, but they kept on believing me, and I'm just so happy I come out here, managed to do my routine. And it's just, I can't believe it. This World Championships, I've got my first world medal in the team, and now I've got another one, and I'm just over the moon.
And just quickly, what has clicked into place for you at these Worlds? Because you've been incredible.
Sorry, what's that?
What has clicked into place for you?
Just confidence. I think as a team, we're so confident, and we believe in ourselves, and that's just helped so much.
Courtney, go and get your medal. Thank you so much. Congrats.
Thank you.
It's just as if it's all come together at the right time for Courtney. He's been in the team for a long time.
It seems like he's been in every single final, not just in the team, but every single final he's been there. When we go to World Championships, Courtney consistently makes finals. I think that experience builds every single time. His confidence builds with it, and then all you needed to just add that ingredient in, and he's done it.
Well, just behind us, Rhys McClenaghan has stepped up to receive his gold medal. He's world champion on pommel horse. It was an incredible final. Abu Al-Soud, he takes the silver, Merdinyan the bronze, but there is the new pommel world champion, Rhys McClenaghan. Again, a gymnast, been a long time in the making. And this now is his moment. Yeah, Rhys has got a bronze at the World Championships. You know what this feels like, Max, obviously. But there we are, Rhys McClenaghan, world pommel champion. It's happened for him. But Abu Al-Soud taking a silver for Jordan. Jordan never had a pommel horse finalist before. In he came and he takes the silver. But at 38 years old, Merdinyan sets an example for all of us. Rhys McClenaghan, pommel horse world champion, and Ireland's first ever world champion in gymnastics. What a moment for him. Well, there's more medals on offer tomorrow. Gosh, we've seen some finals, we really have. And Gianni, your job is not over yet. P-Bars as well as Joe Fraser. What's the rest of the day hold for you before tomorrow?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose I better relax and try and recover, but I mean, personally, I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight. I mean, I didn't sleep after.
You didn't sleep after the team final.
No. So yeah, I mean, tomorrow for me, I didn't really expect to make a P-Bar final. So I want to go out there, just have some fun, and give it my best shot, and we'll see what happens. And
well, we'll be watching, Gianni, and everybody else can watch at home as well on BBC One from 1:15 tomorrow on BBC One. If you want to watch Courtney Tullett get his medal, then you can see that all uninterrupted on iPlayer. What a moment. But lads, you've been incredible. You are, I keep saying it, honestly, you're just brilliant, and I'm so pleased that it's all come together for you, Gianni. A well-deserved world champion. What a lad. Well, listen, it's bonfire night, eh? And I tell you what, we've seen some indoor fireworks in here. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. We'll see you tomorrow from 1:15 on BBC One for hopefully more of the same from the best gymnasts in the world. And there's one of them. Hey!
Like rocket fuel.
And here we have the presentation party for the women's uneven bars, and I think you will have seen in the corner there our very own Beth Tweddle presenting the medals. Of course, world champion on the uneven bars, Olympic medalist. So Nina Derwell, the Olympic champion, representing Belgium. She'd had time out from the Olympics, do some other things, her first competition back. She takes the bronze medal. And Charlize Jones, the one representative from the USA in the uneven bar final, really performed a superb routine, led for much of the way.
Winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing the People's Republic of China, Wei Jiawen.
But defending her title, Wei Zhangjiang gave an absolute superb performance to win by 0.2 really, which is quite a reasonable gap. Lovely to see. China haven't had the most successful of championships here on the women's side. So great to see them defending the uneven bars title, which is where they really do excel. 18-year-old Wei Xiaoshan defends her title that she won last year, continuing the strength of the Chinese gymnasts on the uneven bars. Shalise Jones, the silver, and Nina Durwell coming back into competitive gymnastics, the bronze.
Yeah, some fantastic bar workers in the final. And I'm sure Nina Durwell will be back in the gym and gunning for the title in Paris in 2024. But what a fantastic bar final we were treated to, Christine.
It really was. It was fabulous, and great to see it won by not just sort of .002 or whatever. 14.966 the winner, an emphatic win.
Yeah, absolutely. Next coming up will be the men's rings final. In history again for Great Britain. Courtney Tulloch takes the bronze, but that's the champion on this occasion, Adam Azil of Turkey. Obviously paying off, deciding not to work in the all-around competition.
Rings final.
You can see what it means to him there.
Please welcome our medalists and presentation party into the arena.
Often the arenas clear out when it gets to the medal ceremony, but not for this event. Gymnasts have had great support from the crowds. Presentation party. The gold medal will be presented by Suet Selen, FIG Vice President. The silver medal will be presented by Julio Marcos Philippe, Men's Artistic Gymnastics Technical Committee member. And Courtney Tulloch's going to get his medal from Claire McColgan, MBE Director of Culture for Liverpool. And it really was, Christine, a strongly contested final. Wasn't much between them.
Oh, it was a fabulous final. And Courtney had to be at his absolute best to get in the mix here.
There was only 5/10 between first and 8th place.
And I know you feel that Courtney gave really a better performance than the score reflects, but I think this is a good springboard for him. It's his first medal. Great to start this way, and I think he's got a lot more to give Craig still.
Gymnastics Technical Committee member.
Yeah, certainly give people something to debate, and that's what sport's all about.
Presenting the bronze medal, Claire McColgan, MBE.
Just being introduced, Claire McColgan, MBE, Director of Culture for Liverpool.
In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Courtney Tulloch.
And the bronze medal, making history for Great Britain, Courtney Tulloch. Great Britain's first ever world medal on the rings. And what a performance he gave.
Of the silver medal, representing the People's Republic of China, Zhu Jingwang.
And the silver medal goes to China, Zhu Jingwang.
And in 1st place, winner of the gold medal and world champion, representing Turkey, Adam Azil.
And the new world champion on the rings, representing Turkey, Adam Azil. the silver on rings in the 2022 European Championships. The three strongest men in the world right there. One thing's for certain, all these three gymnasts perform to the best of their ability.
For those who can, please now stand for the national anthem of Turkey.
The world champion on rings for Turkey, Adam Azil. Zhu Jinghuan of China takes the silver, and history again for Great Britain as Courtney Tulloch takes the bronze. We'll hope you join us tomorrow on BBC One from 1:15. The women will go on the floor and the beam, and the men will compete on the vault, P-bars and high bar. So from all of us here, see you soon.